beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, His grace uncrowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, they got thy gold refined, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. Beautiful America, yeah, beautiful America, yeah. From sea to shining sea, beautiful America, yeah, beautiful America, yeah. From sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for patriotry that sees beyond the years. Thine alabaster cities gleam, undimmed by human tears. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my
Good evening. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It is 5:05 p.m. Eastern Time here in Boston. It is Monday, April 20th, 2026. It is 11:05 p.m. in South Africa. It is 12:05 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. And it is 12:35 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Thank you for joining me tonight. As you can probably see, there are two drastic images of this war being displayed on your screen. One is a group of military veterans in the United States Capitol being arrested for violating the law against demonstrating in the Capitol against the war in Iran peacefully, leaving roses on the ground, a single solitary rose. On the right, the image that has proverbially set the world aflame, perhaps appropriately so, that caused the Israeli prime minister to make a contrite statement that did not work out in his favor. Referring to Jesus as a Catholic religious symbol is not a good idea. Two images of a war quickly coming to a conclusion. In the last hour, Mr. President Trump has strongly indicated this war is about to end. Israel and Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu are not going to be involved. The missiles have, for the most part, stopped falling. Outside of in Ukraine and Russia, which we will talk about. The missiles have stopped falling. I expect them not to fall anymore. I expect there to be a deal in the tens of billions, not hundreds, but tens, for Iran. I expect the strait to open. I expect Israel to withdraw from southern Lebanon. I expect a fundamental geopolitical realignment in the Middle East. I expect Iran to have won the war from a realpolitik perspective, but to let President Trump kayfabe it a little bit, to kind of call himself the president of peace, even though he paradoxically started the war. I think they're going to let him do it. Because in Iran's view, I believe that it benefits and behooves both nations to isolate Bibi and remove him from power. So we're about to get a deal. You're going to see President Trump for the first time. He's going to have a Nixon in China moment. It's going to be great. They're going to call it Trump in Pakistan. First of all, he loves the Pakistani field general, so they're going to have fun. Second of all, Mr. President Trump's going to go to Pakistan personally and be the first president to meet with the Iranians one-to-one in a bilateral meeting. It's going to be great. He's going to shake their hand. He's going to make a deal with them. He's going to be known. Nothing's going to stop him. Bibi's not going to stop him. It's over. It's just a question of more how is it going to get done. They have to ink a certain deal. The biggest concern among the European nations, as far as I understand it, is that the deal is going to just kind of push off all the issues without solving them. I don't think that's going to happen. Iran's too smart. They're going to toy with Mr. President a little bit, but they're going to... The big deal with this here is that everyone has to save face and go home happy in the morning except for Israel. So it's not that hard to do when you can just kind of screw Israel. Not Israel. Israel will be fine as a state, but screw Bibi over. It's a lot easier to maneuver and deal make when you do that, which is exactly what's about to happen. So let me read you the statement from President Trump, then I'll read you the statement from President Netanyahu. All right? And let's start with that. So this morning, Benjamin Netanyahu gets up and says this. All right, let's just say I had one of the top replies, but this is what the Prime Minister of Israel began the day with, because the Jesus thing became a big deal.
Conversation. As the Jewish state, Israel cherishes and upholds the Jewish values of tolerance and mutual respect between Jews and worshippers of all faiths. All religions flourish in our land, and we view members of all faiths as equals in building our society and region. Yesterday, like the overwhelming majority of Israelis, I was stunned and saddened to learn that an IDF soldier damaged a Catholic religious icon in southern Lebanon. I condemn the act in the strongest terms. Military authorities are conducting a criminal probe of the matter and will take appropriately harsh disciplinary action against the offender.
And then he kind of went on to insult Arabs. I replied and got one of the top replies to him, to the Prime Minister of Israel. All I said was damaged. The soldier hit Jesus in the head with a sledgehammer, and it got like 21,000 views and 800 likes. It was not the top reply, but let's just say people were not happy with the Prime Minister of Israel this morning. People were mad. People were really mad. All right? It was not good. All right? Even I started hearting comments. Hello, Kimberly. Hello, Kingsley. Hello, Marine. Hello, Melissa. Hello, Pete. Hello, Soul Controller. Hello, Got Manners. Soul Controller, I have some songs coming up for you with our first mental decompression break. We may not even need a mental decompression break because I think we're about to get peace. So anyway, Bibi got cornered. I don't know if it was an act of God. I don't know what caused this, but Bibi got cornered on this and then made it worse. And now he's completely muzzled and sidelined. All right, on the left, you can see that significant fires continue tonight for the fifth day at Russia's Tuapse oil refinery. Ukraine has been striking repeatedly within the Russian oil fields. So Ukraine has a lot of leverage. Turkey, in particular, President Erdogan, is thinking about intervening in order to put out these proverbial and non-proverbial fires. This is the scene. Ukraine is just imposing devastating losses on Russian oil production facilities, and they have been for 3 weeks. Russia's being offered an off-ramp. Ukraine wants to settle with them. And Turkey, through President Erdogan, is offering to do it. If we can get, like, the world, not we, I'm part of the world, I suppose. If the world community can get Turkey and Russia together, that would be great. I agree. Listen, Soul Controller, we might be close to the 67 borders. If Bibi falls, the world community might, with Iran like at the helm, might be able to impose the 67 borders. God bless you. Soul Controller says the war stops when Iran liberates Palestine and Lebanon. Yeah, there's got to be some compromises made on both sides, but I fully foresee the 67 borders being the most likely outcome of this, which is great. Even Hamas, if you look at, I've read it, Hamas's formal policy position is the 67 borders. So I think if Hamas can agree to the 67 borders, well, anyone can. All right. Hello, Telecom to Cloud. It's so good to see you. So, Russia-Ukraine, very active situation. God bless Soul Controller. I have a song coming up for them during our first mental decompression break. It's going to be great. They sent me Soul Controller sent me 2 amazing songs. I looked them up earlier. They're both in the catalog. A lot of the songs that you send are amazing, all you wonderful friends in the chat. Only like 10% of them are in the catalog for us to play on stream, but let me let you know I listen to almost all of them you send. So you can always send songs, but I can't guarantee, I don't control the rights catalog. It's like artists have to choose to do the sharing of the ad revenue or not. I can only do the ones where they share it. I can buy licenses to some tracks, but those are even more limited. I've bought 1 license for an air traffic controller song. I own the license outright for 3 years. I can do anything with it. I can use it. I can make videos. I can play it. Like, it's great. I own the license. I bought a license to a song. I own the license to the air traffic controller song. You know me. It's great. I've never owned a license to anything before. I own a music license. Don't really know what to do with it. I was talking to Towel Girlfriend. I was like, what should we do with it? She was like, well, I suppose we could make music videos with it. I was like, yeah, be a good intro to our travel vlogs. She's so smart. She's sleeping. She's probably listening to this right now. And she's like, oh, she's all blushing because she's so beautiful. All right. So, we have peace, basically. Now, I would say Benjamin Netanyahu has peace. He kind of, like, screwed up. He upset the entire world. Hello, Got Manners and Joyce and Dee Dee Thames and El Cid. It's so good to see you all. Listen, we are going to have... Listen, I hope you all are ready this week. We might get to have a peace conference stream. Listen, we're going to pregame it, all right? We're pregame. If there is a peace conference involving Donald Trump, Pakistan, and the Iranians, and not Bibi, we are pre-gaming it. You understand? You all better get ready. If they get this done, we are pre-gaming it. I'm going to wear my soccer scarf. This is from Robin's last game. I went to Holland versus Sweden a long time ago. That was the last time I left the United States. It's the start of a new era. Let me tell you right now, if we have we are going to have a peace conference stream. It's going to be the culmination of my U.S.-Iran war series. I'm so excited. Can you tell how excited I am? They're going to get peace. I know how Mr. President thinks. I'm going to read you his most recent statement. Let me tell you right now. We are going to have a peace conference stream. I'm going to will it to happen. You got this, Mr. President. They're going to get it done. It's going to be great. Mr. President's going to rename it the Strait of Iran. You got to have another country that renames it the Strait of Iran. You can't do it if you're Iran. It doesn't work like that. We already talked about this. But if another country does it, bro, you're cool. The point is, we're having a peace conference stream. Get your pre-game supplies ready. We're going to have a party if they pull this off. We got to will them to pull it off, all right? These are very important moments. We're going to have snacks. Mimi and Ellie, the baby goat, they're going to bring chips. All right, they're really good with, they're going to make chips. Ellie only eats like lettuce and carrots, but we'll figure it out. Kofi the dog is going to cook. Kofi doesn't know how to cook. We're just going to fake it. You know, Bunny's going to cook and Kofi's going to claim credit for it. It's going to be great. Listen, X-Maga, I didn't say it's going to happen. I said we're on the path to it happening. I'll read you Mr. President Trump's most recent statement, and then I can talk to you about why I'm so pensively and apprehensively excited, because we might pull with the world. Not we. We all are part of the world, but there's a very specific group of people that might pull this off. They have to, like, navigate a very complex man-made navigable waterway, you know, just in general. That's a very important term to remember. Man-made navigable waterways, all right? Just think about it. But if they can do that, man-made or otherwise, if they can navigate that navigable waterway, which sounds doable, it's in the definition of navigable waterway that you can navigate it, they can get this done. It's kind of like playing the game Operation, okay? We're at a very delicate space. Water under the fridge says, are we going to be able to get drunk for peace? Well, you know, I think that's kind of how the VE Day and the VJ Day celebrations work, the Victory in Europe and the Victory in Japan Day celebrations. I'm not saying that all of you women should just go out and kiss like random Navy soldiers and sailors. Is that how it works? I'm not saying all the women should go out and kiss like the military men on the streets, and we should have like let's just screw it. Let's just have a ticker tape parade. Mr. President will love it. We're going to have, if we get peace, we're throwing Mr. President a parade. No, listen to me, all of you. This is very important. Just go along with it. All right, just listen. This is crucial. If you want to pull this off, we as Americans, we have to do something special, okay? We're going to have a special victory parade for Mr. President Trump. All the women, and men if you want to, I don't really care. Just go out there in the streets. You're going to get champagne. You're going to get various things like alcohol. You're going to get your speaker systems. I'm giving you permission to do this if we have peace. We're going to call it, I don't know, we can't call it Victory Day. We're going to call it like Peace in Iran Day. Something like that. Peace Day. That sounds a little hippie-ish. Something that like the American public can get behind. We'll work on the nomenclature for the naming. All of you are to obtain supplies. You then go out into the streets. I don't really know how you do this. Just figure it out. Like, and then the military men and women have to wear their uniforms. Okay, this is a very important part of the plan. You go out into the streets. They wear their uniforms, and then you just start grabbing them and kissing them. And they kiss you. You bet they bend the women over, and it's good. We just have to fake it. We're just gonna pretend, okay? We're just gonna call it. Mr. President Trump will be down with this. You got to suspend your disbelief a little bit. I have a plan. It's gonna be great. All right, it's not going to make a lot of sense. You're going to feel a little weird. Don't worry about it. Just go along with it. If we all just fake it, it'll be fine. So the rest of the world, like, I understand it's going to be a little weird. You're not going to understand what we're celebrating. We're celebrating peace. Like, just, that's what we're going to tell the other governments. Internally, we're going to tell Mr. President Trump he won something. I'm not really sure. We're going to give him something and be like, you won. Like, excellent job. We're very proud of you. You made peace. Like, you're a hero. Like, we're going to give you a parade. All right, we're going to give him a parade. Just listen to me, all of you. This is how we get this done. If you want to see peace in our time, we have to give Mr. President Trump a parade. Now, there's specific things that have to happen in this parade. You must listen to me. The military men, they have to wear their, like, uniforms, not their combat uniforms. Like, in particular, the Navy sailors, they got to just wear something that resembles, like, their dress whites. I don't really know how it works. Just look like a military soldier in the Navy. Go out into Times Square, all of you. Like, we need a lot of people. We're going to need, like, millions. I know it feels weird. Just fake it. It's an excuse to party. Don't think too much about it. We're going to pull this off. Okay. All of you it's a very peaceful thing. You go out into the streets. You bring some kind of music. I don't really know. And you bring champagne and other liqueurs and maybe Cavassier, Hypnotic. I don't really know how drinking works. Figure it out. And then you go out there and you just start kissing each other. That generally seems to be the plan. They just drink, be merry, kiss each other, and we're going to then celebrate America. We'll watch the Sandlot, we'll shoot off fireworks, and we'll thank President Trump. You just have to go along with it. Don't ask too many questions. Everyone's going to get what they want. All right? It's perfect. Yep, yes. Joyce, here's the problem. Mr. President Trump's mood, it oscillates from day to day. What you want to do is reward the positive behavior, so he wants more of that with dopamine, oxytocin, who the hell knows. The point is, you just got to listen. My Grampy knew him, all right, personally. I have a little bit of an insight, all right, how Grampy loved President Trump. Here's how we pull this off. Just listen. We have to throw him a parade. The parade, I know a lot of you thinking, Grant, no, like, we're not going to solve a war by giving him a parade. Yes, we are. We're giving him a parade. He's going to get it's going to be a great parade. All of you, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, just you can treat it as a data party. Pretend the Patriots won the Super Bowl. Pretend the duck boats. We will fire up the duck boats. That's what we're going to do. Listen, if President Trump makes peace, we can't talk to the mayor of Boston. She's just out of her mind. I don't really want to, like, deal with her. But, like, I have a plan. I have a plan, okay? We are going to fire up the duck boats for Mr. President if he makes peace. All right? He's got to sideline Bibi. He's got to end the war. He's got to get Israel to withdraw from southern Lebanon. He's got to make peace with Iran. He's got to get the Strait of Hormuz open. He's got to facilitate a fundamental geopolitical realignment in the Middle East. He's got to placate MBS in Saudi Arabia. He's got to get the UAE to be comfortable with all of this. He's got to tell Bahrain and Kuwait to go along with this. He's got to deal with the Iraqi government now that they've cut the funding. He's got to deal with the people in Syria. He's got to deal with the security situation in Jordan, a little bit in Egypt. He's got to deal with the emerging realignment in the EU after the fall of the, Hungarian prime minister. We all must realize the delicate path of the man-made navigable waterway that must be very tenuously traversed here. But it can be done, and we're giving him a parade. Don't ask too many questions. Parade, champagne, drinking, men and women in military uniforms, bending each other. You just bend the woman over, okay, and you don't bend her over that way. What is wrong with all of you? You take her in your arms, you bend her down a little bit, and you kiss her. Do you understand? That's how you do this. It's like kayfabe. All of you are going along with this. I'm going to declare it by fiat a national holiday. We're going to fire up the duck boats. You all get to just take the day off work. If your bosses have a problem with, be like, listen, talk to the president and this guy named Grant. You don't want to mess with him. He's going to be the president eventually. We're all skipping work. You don't have to go to work. We're having a national parade. Hundreds of millions of you. I want you in the streets. I want you playing ridiculous music. I want you can play Iranian music. I want you dancing. I want you just celebrating. I want you popping champagne and celebrating. We're going to call it some kind of parade that's not too hippie-ish. It's got to have some gravitas. You can't be calling it the Peace Day. That's the stupidest thing I've ever freaking heard. It's got to have some oomph to it. My God, haven't any of you watched the WWF Attitude Era? Anyway, so, no, we're going to pull this off. Listen, you have to start planting the idea now so Mr. President Trump realizes, wait a minute, if I pull this off, they're going to throw me a freaking parade. Yes, Mr. President, I promise you, we will throw you a parade. You have to go to Pakistan personally. I'll come with you if you want. We could talk about Tao Grampy. I get to smoke blunts on Air Force One, though. That's non-negotiable. You can, order that by fiat. My point is, we're going to Pakistan. Mr. President Trump is going to shake hands with the Iranians. We can have goats there and sheep. It'll be great. We're going to have a great time. And then they sign the peace deal, and we're bringing him home to a parade. Ticker tape parade. Listen, oh goodness, no, we're going to have a real ticker tape parade. You tell that commie mayor of New York, I don't give a damn about the environmental impacts of the ticker tape. We are having a ticker tape parade in New York for Mr. President, and you tell that commie mayor if he's got a problem with it, he can go back to wherever the fuck district he came from. Sorry for cussing. I'm not letting no damn commie mayor stop me from having a ticker tape parade because he's worried about the damn dolphins. Deal with it later. Have them sweep up the ticker tape. Have you considered that, you friggin' commies? That's okay, Tiffany Bob. We'll have Tiffany Bob, that's a great point. You only have to kiss people if you agree. You don't have to just do it because someone wants to. Consent is a fundamental part of this equation. There is to be no kissing of people who do not want to be kissed. Imagine how Tiffany Bob would feel. Oh yeah, I'm on a rant. No, this is more than a rant. This is a plan. You must listen. If we promise him this, though, we have to do it, and you have to live up to it. All of you, not just listen. All of us together. Listen. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney. Listen, we have a plan. If Mr. President Trump solves the war and makes peace with the Iranians in Pakistan and sidelines Bibi and brings world peace, listen, we're throwing him a ticker tape parade in New York. And we're bringing the duck boats. We're driving the duck boats from Boston to New York as a sign of goodwill. We'll bring the frickin' Christmas tree down from Vancouver early if we have to. And we'll call it Trump Day. Whatever the hell he wants. We'll just call it his day. We'll have a ticker tape parade. We'll tell the commie mayor of New York to shut the hell up. It'll be great. Mr. President Trump gets to sit there in his building. We'll have the parade come right by his building. We'll have Snoopy. We'll have a blow-up doll of Frank Sinatra, you know, one of the balloons. We'll make it of Old Blue Eyes. He loves Frank Sinatra. Oh, goodness, I'll sit there with him. I'll regale Mr. President Trump with tales of Tao Grampy and Frank Sinatra and the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami with Max Eater and Momo's Men and how they took out JFK through Interpen. I'll tell them all about it. Don't get me started. And my point is, we're doing this. We are throwing Mr. President Trump a ticker tape parade if he makes peace. That's it. That's it. I'm taking unilateral decision-making authority for the country. Mr. President, if you pull this off, we're throwing you a ticker tape parade, and we're going to do it in New York, and everyone's going to love you and clap for you. We're going to tell the commies it's a free day off work. They won't know what the hell hit them. Well, they can drink all they want. You legalized all those drugs. They'll probably be on MDMA. They'll just want to have a great time. Put on some of that dance, techno, hippie music they like. Modern hippies just like to touch each other and like play loud music and have orgasmic experiences on a dance floor. I think it's great. Good for them. More power to them. Their version of love is great. So anyway, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a ticker tape parade. We're down. Francine's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, Petty LaBelle, you'd be surprised. Damn commies. Always working, trying to like raise capital and overthrow the system with capital. Damn, they don't even get how communism works. Freaking faux commies. They're not even good at being commies. They're just capitalists with too much ideological like persuasion and too little acid. Frankly. Let's do it. That's it. That's it. We're doing this. I'm so excited. Mr. President is so excited. But listen, we have to actually do this. I'm not kidding you. If he pulls this off, if we get a peace conference stream, when he comes back from Pakistan, all of you listen to me. We have to talk to his press team, okay? And we're going to tell him, listen, we want Mr. President to fly into Bedminster, all right? We want him to rest on the plane. Then we want him up. We want him to be driven into New York, okay? We're going to do all the security protections. He can be in a Pope-mobile, whatever you got to do. Then we want him driven with Snoopy, a balloon of Frank Sinatra, a balloon of Garfield the cat. What else does he like? A balloon of President Andrew Jackson, a balloon of George Washington. Just random giant, like 40-story balloons, all right? You drive them down the middle of New York. You make all the commies, you trick them. You be like, listen, this is going to be a street party. Tell them it's like a block party of some kind, and they're celebrating, like, I don't know, who do they celebrate? Who do the commies celebrate? Dave Chappelle or whatever commie they celebrate. I'm not really sure. Che Guevara. They do one of those two. I'm not really sure. You figure it out. Anyway, just let them have a block party. It's a great plan. Have all the commies just come down. They tell them you're kayfabing it. You got to be honest with the commies. You can't try to screw with them. They're really capitalists who just pretend to be commies so they can like have money and flex on the other commies. It's a little weird. But just anyway, be like, listen, commies. We're having this ticker tape parade. He earned it. You all can party. You don't have to go to work today. We're declaring it Trump Day. The price you pay is shut up. No, none of this nonsense about how your economic policy is dressing up in frog costumes and yelling at federal agents. That is not economic policy. That's you being stupid. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to let Mr. President Trump have his parade. You're going to celebrate in the damn parade, and you're going to shut the hell up. You're going to like it. You're going to drink your freaking spritzer or whatever the freak Democrats drink. I don't know. I don't frankly care. Smoke your weed. Do your MDMA. Do your, like, LSD. Do your DMT. Have a great freaking time. Just shut up. Don't say stupid stuff. All right? It's really easy. Don't screw this up. Don't say dumb things. We're kayfabing it. All right, everybody, we're going back to 1979. All right, pretend you're Andy Kaufman and Jerry Lawler on the Letterman show. Kayfabe it. For the love of God, fake it. How hard is it to freaking fake it? All right, you damn commies. Then we're going to have a block party. We're going to throw ticker tape parade. We're going to throw ticker tape out the windows. We're going to blast ridiculously pompous American music. And you're going to let that man feel appreciated so that we can end this bullshit. Sorry for cussing. Everybody on the same page? Good plan. This is a really good plan. This is a really good idea. This is why I should be in charge. Penny, I didn't say you have to do that. We're kayfabing it. Penny, I didn't say you have to join the Mr. McMahon Kiss My Ass Club. Penny, where did you get that? I did not say you have to take the stink face from Rikishi. That's outrageous. I would never make you do that, Penny. That is undignified. All I'm asking for you to kayfabe it a little bit. Just pretend he's a baby face. I didn't say you have to join the Kiss My Ass Club. All right, I didn't want to go there. I don't think we have to. I just want you to kayfabe it and pretend he's a baby face. We can do this. I'm gonna yell. First 48, no, we go the bat. First 48, I'm gonna bring you to gorilla position. That's like right behind when the stage at the wrestling show when you're gonna go up before the ring, and I'm gonna scold you. All right? No, first 48, don't screw this up. We're kayfabing it. Do you all know what kayfabe is? Don't make me tell you the story of kayfabe. Fine. I'm telling you the story. All right. I know, but Penny, this is a different kind of kayfabe. This is not him kayfabing. We're kayfabing to get peace, all right? Let me tell you a story. So back in the day, I think it was in Mid-Atlantic. It might have been in the WWF. The wrestling territories were small. They were regional. There was like 50 of them. I'm not going to go into details. Just know that Andre the Giant liked to play cards in the dressing room. And Vince McMahon's dad, Vincent Kennedy McMahon's dad, which was Vincent J. McMahon, I think, or the other way around. The dad owned Capital Wrestling Corporation that ran out of the Garden, Madison Square Garden, all right? And the Garden had a back room where Andre the Giant would play cards with like Bobby Heenan and like the just regular wrestlers. But the way it worked was you couldn't go in the dressing room even if you worked for the building. So if you were like a maintenance man or a caterer, you could like go up to the door, but they would have like Dick the Bruiser there or just like Sheik or somebody who was a dick, but like his name was Dick the Bruiser. You would have to get by him. You couldn't just go behind the pipe and drape and hang out with Andre the Giant even if you worked at the like arena. You had to stop. It was kayfabe. What that means is if somehow your sneaky behind got through the pipe and drape to where Andre was hanging out with Bobby Heenan or whoever, Gorilla Monsoon, or whoever he was playing cards with, he didn't obviously like it. You were allowed to be there. You owned the building, technically, and your staff could go where they wanted, but he didn't like it. So what would happen is he would say, it's kayfabe. It goes back further than him, but this is where it got popular in wrestling backrooms. He would say it's kayfabe. Your name was not K-Fabe, K-A-Y, last name Fabe. It was actually kayfabe. He would be like, hey, that's kayfabe. And you didn't know what it meant, but that was his way of saying someone who's not smart to the business, like read in. Wrestling back in the day used to be fake, and you had to keep it up at all times. You'd say that's kayfabe or kayfabe. Over time, that word, kayfabe, became a word. It started as a person, but it's really a word. It means suspending your disbelief and getting the person or audience to suspend their disbelief for a purpose. It's not gratuitous. You want to achieve something. Here we want to achieve peace as a world. We want to achieve like peace where technically Iran has really won this war. Everyone is well aware that they've dominated the PR, they've dominated the battlefield, they've dominated the geostrategic objectives, they've dominated like the realpolitik. They are in command of that region. They're a player at the table now. They've substantially benefited both like reputationally, geostrategically, not economically, but almost. They've benefited in every way. They dethroned Bibi, basically. They decimated American military pride, but you cannot be going around saying that or you won't get an end to the war. You'll get more bombing. How you get an end to the war is by analogy, just like the Taiwanese Strait example from the episode of The West Wing where President Bartlett is playing chess. You must withdraw the carrier groups from the Strait and not sell the Aegis destroyers that you were never going to sell to begin with to Taiwan so that everybody saves face and goes home happy in the morning. This is a bombastic president. Okay, he likes to kayfabe. You want to get this done, you need to welcome him home as a hero, and you need to just have a parade and just drink. Who cares, right? Like, when have we partied as a country for the last time? It was a long time ago, so who gives a damn? It's an excuse to have an entire national party for an entire day, and if you get the president on board, we can all take the day off. You can literally, in the sun, for the whole day, just go do whatever the hell you want. We need it as a country. We need to freaking let loose and unwind. It's about time. So let's do it. And the president will bless it. If we tell him we want to throw parades in his honor, he'll tell us we can all have the day off. Are you kidding me? It'll be great. We can party for a whole day as a country. We can listen to like Kid Rock's like songs. We can do whatever the hell you want. I don't really care. You won't really care. You're going to have a great time. We need to reset. We need to do this. And the only way the president's going to approve it is if we make it about him. And we get the dual benefit of having a nationwide party for peace. And Mr. President Trump gets the benefit of, getting out of this war without having to lose face, which is the most important. All right? So, who's trolling? Who's trolling now? I don't like to see no trolling. Who's a freak? No, it's okay to call people freaks. Are you talking about me? If you're talking about the president, you can call him a freak. Or if you're talking about another user, you can't call them a freak. Oh, I got a clip for you. Let me just read you Mr. President Trump's most recent remarks, and then I will play you a clip from the House of Commons today. But yeah, if someone was called... Hello, Microdots, thank you. It's great to see you. Microdots, if this happens, if we have a peace parade, I'm totally doing it. We're having a little bit of a dropped frame issue. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It's not even dropping frames. Come on now. What's going on here? Oh, we're back. We just had a buffer issue. Microdots, if this happens, I'm totally down with using the duck boats, you know what I'm saying? Microdots is great, by the way. Check out Microdots' channel. Trying to get Microdots. I think we should do a towel news video. I can pay you tomorrow. It won't be maybe we can just talk. I don't have a lot of money, but I would love to pay you like a token amount of money if you do it to help me make a towel news like bumper so I can play it at the top of every hour. We can totally like have Microdots in it. It can be great. Oh, we can have goats in it. We can have like cameo appearances. So just let me know. I can pay you like starting tomorrow. I would love to pay you a little bit to make this. It would be great. Oh goodness, imagine if Towel News had all Microdots made like bumper at the top of the hour. It's like you're watching Towel News. Oh, I'm excited. I think we can do this. All right, let me read you the latest from President Trump. So this is what's going on. This is why I am doing this analysis. I think we pretty much have a peace deal. Here's what Mr. President put out like an hour ago. No, Microdot said we could do a collab with no charge. That's awesome. Oh, goodness. That's great. So, first of all, I've done this before anyway, but Microdots just said we can do a collab at no charge. I'm honored. Go check out Microdot's channel. It's at Drop Microdots. Microdots has over 100,000 subs. I just want to let you know, Microdots does really good work. Microdots did, so you have to watch this. I won't play it. I know I could, because Microdots would mind if I preview like a minute, because it's an hour and 21 minutes. But my point is, please go watch Microdots. Kelsey Fitz Simmons story. It has 400,000 views. It's from 3 weeks ago. It's a really important story about a police officer in North Andover, Massachusetts, who was shot by her fellow officers and then had her baby taken. Then she got criminally charged and was acquitted, and now she's going to sue the town. And Richie has done it. Richie has dropped Microdots. He's done a great job. So I highly recommend you check this out. Oh goodness, let's watch a minute of it. So Richie's going to help me make a towel bumper. So before we go back to the news, let's take a look at a minute of Richie's film about Kelsey Fitz Simmons. This is just a preview. You can find it on the Drop Microdots channel. It's really worth watching.
In November 2023, Kelsey Fitz Simmons began her career as a full-time officer with the North Andover Police Department. It was the culmination of years of work building a career in law enforcement. Just a few months earlier, she had purchased her first home. 125 Phillips Brooks Road needed work, but it was in a great location right in town. Her father completed nearly all of the renovations himself, including a full remodel and the installation of a security system. It was around this time that Kelsey began dating Justin. He was a firefighter in town, and they were both first responders, serving the same community.
The story is wild.
They appeared very happy together, and their relationship would become more serious over the next year. On July 21st, 2024, they were thrilled to learn that Kelsey was pregnant. And by fall, Kelsey and Justin were engaged to be married. On February 16, 2025, Kelsey gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Life for the young couple seemed to be on track. Their wedding was scheduled. They were living in a newly renovated home. Both had stable, well-paying jobs, and the family was growing. Everything was heading in the right direction.
They take her baby and shoot her. This is great.
Approximately 3 weeks after the birth of their son, Kelsey was experiencing symptoms of postpartum depression. She received care at Lawrence General Hospital, where she was diagnosed and began outpatient treatment. The condition is very common. Approximately 1 in 7 mothers experience it, characterized by persistent feelings of extreme sadness, anxiety, and exhaustion. And it's temporary. With treatment, most women see significant improvement or full recovery in 3 to 6 months. But there's a very important distinction that needs to be made. Postpartum in itself does not carry with it a threat to the child's physical safety. In fact, harm to an infant is so exceedingly rare that its incidence is statistically negligible and cannot be reliably estimated. By May, Kelsey was doing well. She spent Mother's Day with Justin and the baby. But Justin became intoxicated, and the celebration devolved into verbal abuse.
You are such a fucking terrible person.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that it actually has... Oh, wow. All right. Microdots. I haven't... Obviously, there's been an intense 2-month period for me. I was live reacting to that. It has the actual evidence from the case. Oh, my word. Folks, that's just a preview. If you want to see where this goes, let me just tell you. The story of Kelsey Fitz Simmons and her acquittal and the upcoming civil lawsuit, you're going to hear about it. There was a lot of corruption up there. Personally, I think the birdies need to fly free. I know about the butterflies. My name is Grant Smith Elvis. That was a great introduction to the Microdots film on Kelsey Fitz Simmons' story. Microdots is in the chat, and I'm so honored that we're going to get to do a collab. So I just wanted to show you his latest video. I haven't got a chance to watch it in full. You were about to see me live react. Let me just tell you, some of what happened to Kelsey is shocking. I'm not going to spoil it for those of you who should see it all presented in a compact 1 hour and 15 minute clip, or 1 hour and 21 minute film, but thank you, Microdots, for allowing me to play that. God bless you. That's great. I'm really grateful. Like, I think more, like, Microdots storyboards this, and he does it himself. It took a long time. I hope you, it's not like something you can just do. You have to know the case. You have to intimately understand all the people's names and, like, the role. Wait till you find out what Kelsey's family, well, first of all, how smart Kelsey's family is with their home security knowledge. Her dad is a genius. Oh, Microdots, it's my honor. Thank you for the super chat. I'm honored. Thank you for all of your work for to help Kelsey get justice and hopefully soon get her baby back. Hashtag give that woman her baby back. I've been hashtagging that. I never hashtagged it, but you know, God bless you, microdots. So you're going to find out that Kelsey's pet dad, in particular, has a lot of knowledge about home security systems by the grace of God. And as a result, he was able to catch some serious misconduct. Not only after Kelsey, well in the service of a restraining order, as her baby is taken, okay, not only does she get shot and then criminally charged, a charge of which she is then acquitted. By the way, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but that's what entitles you to sue for malicious prosecution. So anyway, it was really bad, okay? And there's video, there's like video security footage that Kelsey's dad was able to get from the cameras that Kelsey had installed in their house of the husband that's trying to like break away from Kelsey and then get her baby taken away. Apparently, as this is happening, he's like sprinting out of the house. He falls over himself. He, according to primary source video, he comes back after Kelsey's in jail, after she's been shot. All right, her baby's taken away. She's been shot. She's then sent to jail and remanded without bail in the strangest bail revocation I've ever seen by Judge McCarthy Newman of the Superior Court. I think her brother's on the appellate court too. She's a pretty powerful judge. But in any event, it was the weirdest thing. All right, and as Kelsey's in jail, 4 men, firefighters from North Andover and surrounding communities who know Kelsey's former partner, come to her house and break in on camera. They were house bandits. They broke in, and this allegedly, according to the evidence submitted in the court record by Kelsey's attorneys, this man and these 3, they all went in, broke into the house on camera, went inside allegedly, took like stuff from Kelsey's house, like a computer, other things, like pieces of evidence related to a potential probate court hearing between the father and Kelsey, and the husband allegedly took, the former partner, took Kelsey's computer, went to his parents' house, connected to their Wi-Fi, and accessed her bank account while she's in jail and shot after they took her baby, and nothing ever happened to him. His parents allegedly are involved in this like sister thing where you like offer yourself as a consultant to use the courts to make people go to rehab if you don't, like, if you want to like control them. Apparently, I don't really know the details. This is what I've heard allegedly about this general community, not talking about any specific members of it. Now here's the problem. President Trump just legalized for medical purposes like every drug under the surface of the sun. Second of all, no one likes anyone who weaponizes the court system or the government to undermine autonomy. So like the fact that a community exists that teaches people how to weaponize the courts to undermine agency and use statutes that, by the way, I can and will rewrite easily in order to undermine agency as a business, disgusting. I'm gonna destroy it. If someone out there, I don't know who they are, I'm speaking generally, is doing work where they are a consultant to like weaponize the court system to take away agency, okay, through like a weaponized form of the guardianship process, I'm gonna destroy your industry. I'm gonna outlaw what you've been doing, and then if you continue to do it, I'm gonna have you criminally prosecuted, either on the state or federal level. And please look into my eyes and really ask yourself, is he kidding or is he really upset about this? The answer is the latter. In any event, so that's just part of the reform I'm going to do. I'm going to fix the special prosecutor statute in Massachusetts too. It sucks. You can't have DAs overseeing their own special prosecutors. That's freaking absurd. So anyway, this dude doesn't end up getting criminally charged. It's absurd. It's a ludicrous absurdity. I was offended. He ends up Kelsey gets acquitted. The dude never gets charged. Nobody gets charged for the house break-in or the access to the protected computer system. The FBI was eventually called by Kelsey in her defense. It's the most intense story. You will hear more about it. And Microdots Richie, who's in the chat, did a really good job explaining the Kelsey Fitz Simmons story. Kelsey's really good at like whatever she's been doing. I can't really tell what she thinks of me. I've never talked to her. I think she's done a great job. I think she she may in the beginning have talked to some people who were like, yeah, you probably don't want to mess with Grant. Like, it's Grant. But then also she's probably like, well, this kid just thinks I should get my baby back. So, anyway, I'm proud of her. I think she did. I've never spoken to her. I don't know her family, not involved with either side of this. I've just analyzed my opinion based on the facts and evidence I've looked at. And it's a wild case. I encourage you to check it out. You're going to hear more about it. Hyperlocal, but absolutely a reflection of systemic reform that is needed in the state. Kelsey should never have had her baby taken away. She should never have had an RO served on her by the colleague she used to work with, who knew the partner. She never ever should have been put in that situation. Our law is broken. We have to fix it. Her case will lead to systemic reform. We'll call it Kelsey's law if we have to. I'll do it. Don't even think about it. I helped Danny Carson get Lorna's law passed. That was great. The easiest way to get a law passed is to just not take credit for it and throw it into an omnibus bill or make it a budget amendment. I can do it with the snap of my fingers, and I will do it for Kelsey. She got screwed, and they took her baby. You don't take a baby from a new mother. That's horrifying, and I'm really going to reform this industry, this consultancy industry, where people think, first of all, I've been to law school. I'm not a lawyer, but I know how the courts work. We're not having third parties or anyone advising anyone on how to weaponize the guardianship process to take people's agency away. If you do that, I'm going to study you. I'm going to develop a commission. I'm going to study what you do. Then I'm going to outlaw it. Then if you keep doing it, I'm going to arrest you. I'm going to order my prosecutors to arrest you federally. Stop me. Try to. Far more intelligent people than you have tried, and they all failed. You know who I'm talking to, Richie. The general community that is inclined to undermine agency by doing consultancy, to weaponize the guardianship process, such as to undermine autonomy. Disgrace to my profession. I want to find the lawyers that are engaged in that and yell at them. Gonna call him to the White House when I'm president. Oh, Richie, did you hear I'm running for president? I've decided I want to be president. I think I'd be a good president. Richie could be in my campaign. I want Richie to be the media director. He'll be great at it. We'll have the best presidential campaign. I want to style a lot of my ads around the theme of The Sandlot. We're going to watch The Sandlot every July 4th when I'm president. Oh, also, Richie, if I win the presidency, I'd like to invite you to work in the White House. I have a little task for you, though. We're going to destroy the press briefing room and make it into a pool, exactly as Jack Kennedy had it in October of 1963. Then we're going to put murals up to remind me of Cape Cod, maybe Hyannis or Pompanesett or whatever Nikki wants. It's got to actually be the exact mural JFK had. Then I'm going to swim in the pool. It's going to be great. I'm going to put a pool where the press room is. I'm going to let 4 of the reporters work out of the West Wing as a compromise. They can rotate. Then I'm going to put the rest of them in the old EOEB, and we're going to do our press conferences over there. But your first job is going to be to tell me about the pool. I just want to troll the hell out of the press. Oh, and then also if you want to do this job, which I think you can absolutely do, the first thing I want to do is I want to tell Maggie Haberman of the New York Times she can have an interview with me, but the prerequisite for the interview is she has to read the canon of Immanuel Kant, the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, the critique of pure reason, the critique of practical reason, theory and practice, etc., etc. Then I want to have her completely nervous about this interview because she thinks I'm going to quiz her on Kant. She gets in there, I'm going to troll her and quiz her on Hegel. It's going to be great. Right about that, Maggie Haberman. Damn pompous New York Times. Thinking they're all high and mighty. So yeah, you might have to be involved in that too. You'll be a great addition to the White House, though. Oh, also, I should probably let you know ahead of time if you vote for me. I'm gonna smoke cigars all the time in the White House, and also I'm changing the diplomatic protocol office. The only gifts I'm giving out are goats. So when anyone meets me, like a plenipotentiary from another state or country, or just a random person that I meet and want to give a gift to, they have to accept it pursuant to the diplomatic protocol office. They don't have to keep the goat. They can let it stay in the stable. We're turning the ballroom that President Trump's building, into a stable. I'm going to have goats from around the world. Then I'm going to give away the goats. So when people come to visit me, I'm going to be like my friend Mimi. She's going to be the Secretary of Diplomatic Protocol. Her job is going to be to keep a ledger of all of my goats. They're going to be called like the president's goats, okay? And then when people visit me, I'm going to be like, this is Charles. Mimi, my goat secretary, tells me that Charles lived a wonderful life in Idaho. His parents were Becky and, George, and he has 3 siblings, and he's just a lovely goat. He likes carrots and lettuce, and, he also frolics. And this is Charles. He's yours now. God bless you. They're going to have to be like, thank you, Mr. President. Now here's why we're doing this. So I don't want to force them to keep the goat. How the hell are they going to get the goat home? They don't have to keep it. They can if they want. They got to prove they can take care of it, etc., etc. But if they want to leave the goat after I'm gone with the staff, they can do that. We'll provide a home for it in the stable, etc. I can give the goat out again. It'll be great. Anyway, however, this is why, let me just reset. This is why I want to do this. Because just imagine you're in the room with the president. The president's like, hello, nice to meet you. You do your business. Then the president's like, okay. The president's like, all right, now listen. Under the rules of diplomatic protocol, I would like to present you a gift. You have to accept it. You're like, okay. I'm like, this is the goat. I do the whole spiel with the introduction. I have Mimi brief me on the goat. Nikki, who's Towel Girlfriend, she's going to help with this. She's going to keep track of all the goats with Mimi. I'm going to brief them on the goat and be like, okay, listen, this is a goat. It's your goat. Then I'm going to leave the room. I want to know, I'm going to leave someone behind. I want to know how everyone reacts. I just want to do this so when I walk out of the room, they can be like, and they kind of look at the staffer and they look at the Secret Service and they look at the goat. I want to know how all these different people react. I just want to understand what happens when I leave the room. And they're like, do I need a leash? Do I take the goat outside? What do I do? It's gonna be great. Oh, it's gonna be so great. And eventually I'll have the staffer troll him a little bit, and tell him the truth. I'll troll him a little bit, tell him the truth at the end. So the staffer will be like, here's a leash, here's a bed, here's some oats, here's some lettuce and some carrots, good luck. The person will be like, do I get a cart? And then I want the staff to be like, yeah, we have a horse-drawn cart. And they'll be like, oh no, what do I do with the horse? I already now have a goat. Oh, it'll be great. Oh, you don't understand. This is why we must make me president. We're going to have such a good time. Oh, goodness. Oh, Mimi is so excited. Mimi wants to let you all know she's hiring a shepherd. Mimi, we can budget for a shepherd. All right. All right, that was your moment of levity. I'm sorry. I get so excited about the thought of being president. I have so much I want to accomplish. You don't understand. The goats are just part of it. The diplomatic protocol office goats. Oh, it's so practical. We're going to get rid of all the other gifts. I'm only giving out goats. This is non-negotiable, and I'm hiring Mimi to run the diplomatic protocol office. Her only job is to keep a ledger of all the goats that I need to give out. I need to know their name, where they were born. Nikki Towel's going to love it. Now, we got to put the goats in a stable, which is going to be the ballroom. We're going to tell the federal judge we don't have to keep building. We're just going to put goats in it. He should be chill with it. We're not going to build, we're not going to ruin the sight lines or anything. We're just going to put goats. That's going to be our drone defense for the bunker. That was clearly the point of the project. We're going to put goats there. Who would dare bomb the goats? You bomb those goats, not only do you have a problem, the people that you helped bomb the people that bomb the goats are going to have a problem. It's a great goat-based drone defense. If Ukraine had thought of this, they would have revolution. You don't need housewives building anti-drone devices. You just put goats places. Who's going to bomb the goats? Now, there's some problems with, the goats tend to wander, but that's what fences were invented for, all right? And if you bomb a goat, that's a crime against goat-based humanity, so we're not having that. Mimi's like, I have my software, my goat-based software ready to go. That's great, Mimi. You're going to be amazing in the diplomatic protocol office. America's going to be baffled. Goats for Grant for president. Yes, you know how there was Youth for Jack? They're going to call him Goats for Grant. It's going to be great. Kyle, I heard that Kyle wants to do wonderful things with goats. Like, he wants to shepherd the goats. Kyle can name some of the goats after me and Nikki. It'll be great. Kyle's wonderful. All right, let's take a listen to the latest from the Iranian Speaker of Parliament. Oh, we actually have to listen to what Mr. President Trump said. Hold on, let me back up. So, an hour ago, this is why I was so convinced we were going to have a ticker tape parade. I thought everything was going to be great. Apparently, I think you all should know, Iran is going to make this negotiation hell on Mr. President Trump. Like, they're going to give him what he wants, and he's going to give them what they want. It sounds weird, but they're going to do it. However, they're going to make it hell. Like, he needs to suffer a little bit in their eyes. I'm not justifying either side's position. I'm just telling you how this is going to play out. So a lot of you are going to think, like, what you see rhetorically is a lot of bluffing. Iran is going to do this. They're going to make it hell. All right, it can collapse. I'm not saying it's going to happen 100%, but they're not going to give him anything easily. He's going to earn it, and they are going to make this bumpy, and they're going to make him like a supplicant. Hashtag the goats did it. Hashtag save the goats. All right, here we go. So an hour ago, Mr. President Trump said this. Goat us. Hashtag goat us. Oh, I love it. Hashtag goat us. Goat of the... Mimi, we can have a goat of the United States. Oh, we can have a goatess. Mimi, you get to... Can Ellie be the goatess? Mimi. Oh, this will be great. Forget Hillary Clinton. The first goatess will be Ellie, the baby goat. Ellie's better than Hillary Clinton in every way anyway. Better policy, more amiable, more widely loved, a better diplomat. Ellie could run the State Department and get all those different bureaus into shape immediately. The cables would be on point, on time, and never miss a beat. And they would be translated into GOAT. All right, let's do it. Hashtag Ellie is better than Hillary Clinton. All right. We got this. This is a good plan. Yes, that's it. Ellie is the... Mimi, you got to tell Ellie she's now the GOAT of the United States. She is GOATess. Ellie said she's going to do it. Good job, Ellie. Ellie's a baby goat. Mimi has a little baby goat. Mimi hugs the baby goat, Ellie. It's great. I'm going to stay a man towel. That's okay, Nunya. You don't have to do anything. I'll give you a boat of some kind. You can just have a boat and be Captain Nunya. It'll be great. I don't know what you're going to do with the boat. Try to, find some animals. Talk to Emily C. about it. She has a lot of sea creatures. She can be your co-captain. Emily C. likes animals and sea creatures, so you and her can be a captain on a boat together. It'll be great. Oh, yes, and of course... Ellie is technically both GOATess and First Lady GOATess. I heard Ellie might have a partner. It's okay if there's a first man GOAT of the United States. We can have that. Yes, I know. Ellie's going to be great. Mimi, Ellie is going to be the greatest GOAT of the United States. She's going to be called GOATess. She's going to be a key part of my campaign. Yep, I'm bringing a GOAT around with me. We're going to... We can name a ship the SS GOAT. Absolutely. If you elect me president, I will name one of our battleships the SS GOAT. Hi, trifecta forbade. I know, this is so exciting. All right, I got to catch us up here. Don't worry, Nunya. It's fine. I'm just going to give you a boat and tell you and Emily C. to go, hang out with the sea creatures. You'll have a great time. You and Towel Mom Lynn and Emily C. can go up to Greenland. Towel Mom Lynn needs a little bit of land and a few penguins, and then you two, Emily C. and Nunya, can just drive the boat off. Go to England, Ireland. I feel like Emily C. would like to visit Europe. You could just take her around. She could do improv. Can you imagine if you unleashed Emily C. on the Amsterdam improv scene? She's hilarious. Let's take Emily C. to Amsterdam on a boat and just see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? I'm all for this. I'm not really sure how we got to this point in the conversation. But yes, me, Nunya, Towel Mom Lynn, some penguins, And Emily C. and Sea Creatures going to Amsterdam. We'll drop Towel Mom Lynn off with the Penguins. She can come to Amsterdam if she wants. And then we're letting Emily C. loose on the improv scene. Nice try, Emily C. I saw that video you posted from 2006. I know that you know how to kayfabe it. Hashtag send Emily C. to Amsterdam to do improv comedy. Lynn says she'll be the ambassador to Greenland. That's great, Lynn. You have to have a penguin assistant, though. I need to make sure all photo shoots with you include a penguin. We need Sequest DSV. All right, you got it. Nanya, whatever you need, submit it to the Navy. They'll figure it out. And a talking dolphin. I'm sure the Navy has a talking dolphin. Just talk to the SEALs. I think you should bring an orca, though, Nanya. Dolphins are a little sexist. From what I understand, dolphins are actually a little sexist. I'm not really sure how people figured out that dolphins are sexist, but apparently orcas are less sexist than dolphins. I wasn't really aware feminist dolphin theory was a thing, but then we did a little research, and it turns out that feminist dolphin and orca theory is a thing, and dolphins are apparently sexist and orcas are not. So there you go, you learned something. Have you ever wanted to study feminist dolphin theory? It's really the evolution of critical gender studies. It's where DEI is going. Hashtag justice for the female dolphins. Hashtag critical gender dolphin studies. Hashtag put me in charge of education. I'm freaking hilarious. Those damn racist dolphins. Damn it. You know what? You think you got the world on the path to peace, and then you find out about the misogynistic, racist dolphins. Damn it. You know what? I don't know how to fix that. We're going to have to study this. I want endowed chairs at universities. We're going to call it critical dolphin studies. I want DEI recentered. We have been ignoring the plight of female dolphins for too long. It's a disgrace. I want all the liberals enrolled in critical dolphin studies classes immediately. This must be rectified. I will not stand for it. Listen, as a people, we have disgraced the name of female dolphins. We've left them behind. All right? DEI has failed as a project. It forgot about the female dolphins. Listen, that's it. Mandatory dolphin-based gender studies curriculums at all U.S. colleges. That'll teach them. All right? Yes, this is a great plan. Put me in charge of the Department of Education and watch what I do. All right, we don't need... By the way, speaking of the Department of Education, we don't need the students to take the summer off so they can go help on the farm. Why do we have a school calendar that's based on the agrarian age? Oh my goodness, it's 3 ages behind. It's someone was well, Horseman did a good job. No, we don't have to do it. Set it and forget it. It's an easy bake oven. You heard of shake and bake? Let's apply that logic to the education system. We'll just let McGraw-Hill print all the textbooks. What's the worst that could happen? Brain drain? What does that mean? I saw the movie WALL-E. I thought that means we're going to make more money. Oh my goodness. That's it. I'm reforming. I don't need any of this superfluous nonsense. I've read a meal. I know what we're teaching the teachers in graduate school. I know what you're all doing. You're all doing mushrooms, reading a meal, and talking about how James Joyce writes nice English. I object. You damn teachers. I do love teachers, but I know what you're doing in graduate school. You hippies. You damn hippies and your mushrooms and your James Joyce and your meal and pretending that Rousseau was relevant beyond the first discourse. I object. That's it. All right, here's what we're doing. I'm going to reform the education system. I got a plan. What we're going to do is... All right, here's what we're doing. I'm going to commission a study. I'm going to put the first lady, who's going to be my girlfriend, who's Nikki Towell. She's going to be in charge. I'm commissioning a blue ribbon study, blue ribbon presidential commission on the school year. This is stupid. We do not need to have the kids in school for 9 months and then take them out for 3 months so they can go work on the damn farm. We don't have any freaking farms. There's like 5 farms. What family-run farms do you know of? I know of like 2 in Dartmouth. How many families do you know with a Schedule F? What the hell? It's great that we still have some farmers. We don't need to build the school year around people with a Schedule F. That's ridiculous, bro. They can homeschool. This is absurd. All right, we're changing the whole structure of it. We don't need to have them in school for 9 months and out of school for 3 months. That's stupid. It only is that way so they can go help on the farm. We don't have any damn farms. Not family owned, and they're certainly not working on them. All right, here's what we're doing. They can be in school year round, but they're going for less time every day. To complement that, we need to shift the way income dynamics work so that a family can be raised on one income. I don't care if it's the mom or the dad. That's what equity is all about. But both of them working in the name of equality is stupid. You destroyed the American family. How is both parents having to work for less money feminism? Jesus. Oh, it makes me so mad. It makes me so mad. That is not feminism. That's stupid. All right? My point is either the man or the wife can work. All right? Not both. They don't both need to work. Just one. And then, on top of that, we're going to shift the work-life balance so that you only need to work 20 to 30 hours a week to do that. How are we going to do that? We're going to cap CEO pay, all right, at 50 to 1. All right, we have the highest ratio of CEO to worker pay in the world. We're going to cap it at 50 to 1. And we're going to force those dividends back to you in the form of a shorter work week. Why the hell are so many of you sitting at a desk pretending to work, doing nothing to justify your boss writing a report that says you sat there at your desk? This is freaking stupid. It's outrageous. And by shifting that work-life balance, it'll be better on everyone. Teachers will work less. The school days will be shorter, but they'll be more important. You won't be regimenting and institutionalizing your children. They will love going to school because it will be in and out, and their mom or dad will be home with them when they get home. They can watch cartoons. They can flourish. They can grow. And we need to do a complete restructuring, and that's how we're going to do it. Miss Clutch says, can you make a position for me where if people start acting too crazy, I get to put them in timeout until they can behave themselves? Like I could tell Pete Haggs that he needs a juice box and a nap. Of course, Miss Clutch. You can be the cabinet secretary of timeouts. Oh, I believe you, Mimi. There is a soulmate for everyone. I met mine. Don't tell her. Don't tell her yet. She's my soulmate. I may have told her that already. She makes my heart sing. She's going to be a great first lady. America's going to love her. The world's going to love her. Did you know she sings? Wait till you hear Nikki sing. When she sings, it will make your... I am not biased. Well, okay, I'm very biased. But even removing my bias, she sings like an angel. It's like listening to someone play the harp and sing, and she likes Bowling for Soup, and she likes Red Jumpsuit Apparatus, and she likes every band that I like, and she's wonderful. You don't understand. It's so wonderful. I can't wait for you to meet her. So, yeah, I think she'll make a great first lady. Now, I do know some people have Schedule Fs. I'm not saying people cannot farm. We just got to shift. We can't build education policy around people working on farms. That doesn't happen that often. We have to build it around the actual situation. And then we need to reduce the stress on the American family. People aren't having kids. You know why? Because you can't expect people to work 60 to 80 hours a week. Because foreign property speculation, we're done. The day I get into office, I will ban foreign property ownership. You are not a citizen of this country. You will not be allowed to own property in this country. Work around it. If you're here domestically, I don't care. You may not own property. You may not own property. If you are a citizen of another country, get out in terms of your property ownership. Get out. I'm banning it. I know what those foreign property speculators did to the rent markets and the housing markets. Get out. I'm going to ban it the first day I get into office by executive order. And I'll have you criminally charged if you try to get around it. I will find you. And I will sanction you. I'll put you on the OFAC list if you violate the terms. Anybody. No foreign property speculation. You ruined my freaking country. You made my veterans homeless. Disgusting. I know exactly what happened, and I'm banning it. Day one, no foreign nationals. If you are not a U.S. citizen, you may not own property here. Day one, we're bringing the rent and housing prices down. We've destroyed quality of life in this country, and we're ruining people. They're dying from misery because you're working them to the bone, and then you're stealing their housing, leaving it vacant, and charging them triple the rent because foreign property speculators artificially reduce the housing supply. Nonsense. They don't live here. We're banning them, and then we're appropriating their property, and then we're going to rent it out. And I will do it on day one, every state. And if you try to get around it, I will sanction you. And I'll sanction your government, and I'll put you on the OFAC list, and I'll freeze your bank accounts. And those of your companies. Do not even try it. We'll do it day one, and I will direct the Department of Justice and the Treasury Department on day one to enforce it with an iron fist so strong that those foreign property speculators will wish they were subject to the 1971 Federal Scheduling of Narcotics Act. They'll pine for the days. Then I'll ban foreign property ownership of land in America entirely, not just housing. I'll do it on the same day. Sweeping executive orders. If you elect me, I will ban foreign property ownership entirely, both of housing, both of units, both of rentals, and of land. And then I will take all of the land. I will take it all, and through a lottery system, redistribute it. How's that? We're going to do reverse nationalization. I'm going to nationalize foreign-owned property in the United States. And I'm not going to take it for the government. I'm going to give it to you in a lottery. One day you're going to wake up and be like, well, damn, I own a pig farm now. Yeah, bro. Screw those damn commies. You own that pig farm. Make good use of it. Dude, this is going to be great. I think I can do this legally, too. As long as we just get Congress to ban it. We just have to, because if you ban it, you can use eminent domain, too. We're not paying the market value, though. It's a national security threat. We're banning foreign property ownership entirely, and then we're taking the land. We're just taking it. Forget Greenland. We're taking our own land back, and then I'm going to give it to you all by lottery. Some of you are going to just, if I am elected, and this is legal, I have to talk to the legal counsel of the White House. We have to do this legally, so it will survive constitutional challenge. You can be damn sure I'm going to make them work like 4 weeks on the opposition memos. I'm going to make them do mock trials all the way up to the Supreme Court on this. And then, once I'm satisfied they have a strong constitutional argument, I am going to ban foreign property ownership in America, including both housing and land itself. And then I'm going to take all of the foreign-owned property, the empty units, everything that's subject to the law. I'm going to put it into a national lottery. We're not selling it. No, I'm just putting parcels of land. It'll be a new version of like the Frontier. All right? We're going to put it into a lottery. You can sign up for which states you're interested in property from, and then it's going to dish it out randomly, and I will oversee the lottery system personally. You get what you get. I don't care if you're in Congress. I don't care if you're like a random single mom in Delaware. If you win, you get that property. You have to like figure out the way that the state is going to tax it. We got to think about a little bit about how to make sure people don't become insolvent because they win the lottery. But the point is, you just get it. That's my plan. And if it's legal, I'll do it day one. Day one. As long as we can do it constitutionally. And frankly, what are these people, what is the government of like China going to do? You illegally use straw buyers to hold empty property in America. Not you, you're like princelings. I'm taking it. They can rent from American-owned homes and condos. Have your princelings start paying to the right landlords, American citizens. No foreign you must be an American citizen to be a landlord. From this, if you elect me on day one, I will impose an executive order also that you may only be a landlord if you are an American citizen. No exceptions. OFAC'd instantly if you try to get around it. And the people that help you get OFAC'd. And I'm seizing all your bank accounts if you elect me. This is my political platform. Oh, Silent Dogs, you know this is reasonable. Oh, come on, Vancouver already did it, Silent Dogs. You know this is a viable policy. Thank you, Superstition Man. I feel like we got a real political policy, like platform developing. I'm really doing the goat thing, though. We don't need these extravagant gifts. We can just give them a goat. It's like a very, like, honorary gift. But if they want to keep the goat, bro, I'm down with it. All right. I'm down with this. I think we can do this. And then in terms of reforming the education system, they're going 12 months a year. But they only have to go like 3 to 4 days a week, and they're going to love it. I want them to love school. I want them to wake up every day, and I want them to literally like be sprinting out of the door to get to those schools. I want them to like expect the world and have it given to them, and I want them to just be jovial. I want them to wake up thinking, oh my goodness, like I get to go to school for a few hours, then come home and watch cartoons. This is great. It's the perfect balance. I want them thrilled. I want all of our students thrilled. And we're going to do that by shortening the day and expanding the school year and making their parents home. All right, one of their parents gets to be home in the morning and in the afternoon, and we're going to rebuild this country from the ground up. The teachers will be fine with it too, as long as we pay them. Okay, like what they need is vacations, payment, and like a good work-life balance. So they're only going to have to work like 3 days a week too. They need to do a lot of prep. We only need them in the classroom like a certain amount of hours per week if they go all year. It's perfect. We're doing this. I can get it done in a year. It's going to be a big change. It's going to really throw people off. We got to get the buy-in of the states because state education is very local. But you can do certain federally mandated standards. Like we can like threaten to withhold the states like education funding. So when they change, technically the states get to change their alcohol laws as they want. You can have the age be 18 or 21 to drink, but every U.S. state is 21. How'd they do that? The U.S. administration at the time when the law changed threatened to withhold the highway funding from the states. I'll find a way to withhold education funding unless the states comply with my revamp model. I'll make sure it's studied. I'll have all the best consultants. I'll put them on very expedited timelines, and I'll have you a plan for a reformed educational system within 12 months of being elected. I'll have it implemented. Probably develop the plan during the campaign if you actually get me the nomination of the Republican Party, which is all I'll accept. I'm not being a Democrat. That's ludicrous. What do you want me to do? Listen to like a bunch of people in frog costumes come into the room and tell me about economic policy they've never studied? They read a tweet one time or a post on Instagram that told them that like, you know, economic policy means giving everyone like a pony. And so their life view is centered around the idea that if we just give everyone that pony, like that's economic policy. They've never read Hegel. They've never read Kant. They've never read Hobbes. They don't know who the presidents are. They might know who the current president is. They might know the previous one, but they're just ignorant. Okay. So I'm not going to sit there with a dude in a frog costume and ask him about Adam Smith's theories about regulated market economies and the price of wheat in 1791. That's not happening. I'm not being a Democrat. You know how ludicrous it is? Bro, if I told the Democrats I wanted to impose dolphin-based gender studies curriculum at schools, they would think that I'm being offensive. They wouldn't laugh. They're the worst party. They don't deserve to govern. It disgusts me that there's even a small percentage chance that a party whose economic policy is based on dressing up like frogs and yelling at federal agents outside of detention centers is somehow supposed to govern. Bro, are you serious? It's disgusting. That's why I'm running for president. If there was a JFK in the Democratic Party who I thought stood a chance, I wouldn't run. All right, but I'm doing this because there's no one out there in the Democratic Party who is even close to sane, not to mention even close to able to debate on this level. They're all a bunch of superfluous, vacuous ideologues, pompous bloviators. It frustrates me to no end. The liberal party, the Democratic Party in the United States is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. It has no cohesion. It has no platform. It has no soul. It has no movement. All it has is a bunch of reactionary nonsense and a platform truly that seems to be based off asking people in frog costumes who yell at federal agents what we should do about advanced post-industrial regulated market economies. And then we wonder why they are fundamentally incapable of doing anything. They're dumb, and they ask the wrong people the wrong things. Is every Democrat dumb? No. But the party itself is lockstep in a reactionary cycle of death, and it's going to need a long time to actually be viable again. It needs to find itself. It needs to, like, what's the word? Go through puberty, I think, is a good way of explaining it. It's very young. Okay, it's a little rebellious. It likes to like listen to like songs its parents tell it not to. You know, it just needs to really find itself. It needs to do like some mushrooms now that they're legal, you know, because of course they couldn't legalize it because they're hypocrites. They need to go off into the woods, read Thus Spoke Zarathustra, go to university. The Democratic Party just needs to grow up, and it needs to happen quickly. Otherwise, they're not going to be relevant. And they should know. I would have ran for president as a Democrat if there was even one single redeeming element of the Democratic Party policy platform that I thought could be used to bootstrap a larger sort of systemic reform. Absolutely not. There's nothing redeeming about it. There are some Democrats who I like. The state auditor is a good example. Let's see who else. The OIG is a good example. I like some Democrats. They're fine. But the party itself is terrible. It enabled Epstein. It's selfish. It's pompous. It's power-centric. It's greedy. It's vacuous. They're hypocrites. It's the definition of irrelevant. And if that party gets in charge, then we've lost this country. Seriously. You think President Trump and the Republicans at least have a vision? All right, he may use trolling to effectuate it, but they have a vision. I will not be a Democrat. No, the Democratic Party left me. They left America. There are some good Democrats, but the Democratic Party is not viable, and I will not enable their petulant behavior. They've destroyed my country. They sold me a bill of goods with Obama in 2008, and I will never go back. And they also don't know how to take a freaking joke, bro. It really frustrates me. Dude, we don't have to tiptoe around. Do you know how much more fun it is when you can just tell a freaking joke? It's hilarious to joke about dolphin gender studies, and I don't give a damn what anybody thinks. Freaking Democrats. They'd be like, but won't you think about the dolphins? Like, what about if the male dolphins aren't actually sexist? You're really generalizing. Have you really thought about that? I don't think you should generalize about the male dolphins. Listen, we need to have an inquiry into whether or not you just offended the population of male dolphins that's represented by the 6th Ward of New York's, like, 14th District. This is incredibly important. If we don't have this inquiry, the very soul of our nation will collapse. You absolutely may not put forth that kind of statement, which undermines the foundational autonomy of male dolphins. How dare you? Like what? No, we're not doing it. I know Soul Controller, but I won't be owned. I'm hilarious. And as much as some of you Democrats listening might be like, yeah, I know I'm not like that. I know you're also like, yeah, but the party's totally like that. He's 100% right. Well, Silent Dog, I don't think any of us are dolphins, so I don't think we can actually understand why the dolphins do that behavior. If you can figure out how to communicate with the dolphins, more power to you. You can be the secretary of dolphins, you know, but I don't know how to talk to dolphins, so I don't really understand the pedagogy of their, you know, sexism. But by all means, feel free to do some research. If you'd like to go like in the water with a camera, you want to interview the dolphins, bro, I'm totally down with it. I'll feature, you know, we can do the interview. I'll roll it live. I don't think they're going to say much. I've swam with the dolphins before. They don't kind of talk. They chirp a little bit. You know, they smile. They're kind of friendly and amiable. They like fish, you know, but they don't really talk as far as I'm aware. But if you can communicate with them, I'm all about it. We'll have a class. If you can get the dolphin's name, that would be helpful. Get them to spell their first and last name. Their address would be helpful. Like just where they're from, who their parents were, like what religion they practice. Do they have a dolphin religion? Is Baal a thing in the world of dolphins? Do they have an Epstein or Khashoggi problem? And frankly, could you ask them who stole my paintings from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum while you're at it? All right, Silent Dogs, did you write all that down? I'm glad we're on the same page. That was your moment of levity, by the way. You're going to get rewarded with a song. By the way, my friend Soul Controller sent in a song for us to listen to. You're going to get that along with a video right now. But I had to just explain to you my presidential platform. I think I'm going to win. There's no one who can debate me. I'm serious. Put me up there. I talk 380 to 400 words per minute. I can talk for 12 hours straight without a guest. Seriously. Who's going to debate me? Do you understand how unfair that would be? And I want Katie Couric as the moderator, so if she asks unfair questions to either candidate, I can be like, hey, Katie Couric, what about them clones, bruh? So, what you see on the island? And then she'll get all mad, and I'll be like, stop being rude, Katie Couric. That's why you're in the debate seat. We flipped this around. You are the one who behaves, Katie Couric. How dare you? All right? What about the clones with no arms, Katie Couric? Tell me about the clones, Katie Couric. I got plans. Ifti Ahmad, okay, you could be secretary of Bonoboo monkeys. There's a specific kind of monkey. Okay, Ifti Ahmad, listen. You are allowed to be the secretary of monkeys, but you have to be the secretary of a specific kind of monkey. All right? I'm going to teach you about them. They're called, I think, Bonoboo monkeys. Aristotle De Anima. So first of all, Ifti Ahmad, I need you to read Aristotle's De Anima. But there's a specific version of it I want you to read that has monkeys on the front. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Monkey on cover. You have to read this translation. There it is. You must read this. Okay? You all are assigned to this. But Ifti Ahmad, if you want to be the secretary of monkeys, you must read this. Okay? You must specifically read this version of Aristotle's De Anima. You see that little monkey? All right, you're going to be secretary of monkeys, but you have to learn. You have to write me an essay about this specific type of monkey. Now listen, those monkeys, all right, they exist in the hot spas, like the hot springs of Japan. They have the most unique social culture of any monkeys on Earth. So Ifti Ahmad, I don't know if you really realize what you were signing up for. Hi, Gaza Boy, I'm going to answer your question. But yes, I need a specific paper, Ifti Ahmad, if you want to be the Secretary of Monkeys, on the socio-cultural patterns of those specific monkeys. No, Miss Clutch, Pete Buttigieg could not debate. He can argue a lot of decent policies, but I don't think he actually followed the war enough to debate the geopolitical implications of a realigned Middle East. Maybe you can prove me wrong. Gaza Boy asks, hi Grandstream, is it because the branches of government are separate, not joined as one body? Things can overpower things. Does POTUS and government need a black rod equivalent? Could USA 1%ers do it? Okay, so that's a very good question, Gaza Boy. The best way to explain the juxtaposition between the UK system of parliamentary monarchy, in particular after the English Civil War of like 1642, like after the reforms that came about with Cromwell, and then the changes like throughout the emergence of like modern democracy in the 19th and 20th century, and in particular with reforms to the Life Peerage Act in the late 20th century. The way you can think of American constitutional democracy is originally bipartite. So if you read the American Constitution, Article 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, what you're going to find is that there are enumerated powers through in Article 1, Article 2, and Article 3 for the branches of government that we refer to as the judicial branch, the executive branch, and the legislative branch. Now, as you may not be surprised to hear, oh goodness, water under the fridge, sent 5 gift memberships, and Gaza Boy, who asked this excellent question, got one of the gift memberships. Excellent job, Gaza Boy. Hello, Kim Vest, you got a gift membership, as did Angelo514, Sue M. Cord, and Chuck House. Enjoy your wonderful, amazing super towel emojis that you've now unlocked as a result of water under the fridge's kindness. this. But allow me to go back to my very generalized constitutional overview of the American system of tripartite governance. So you got to go back to like 1789. There's a bunch of things that happened at the foundation of the American Republic. Originally, it was called the Articles of Confederation, and America, as you know it today, was more of a confederation of states with very strong state power, okay? So though that Articles of Confederation was like during the time of the American Revolutionary War, but before, so between the Declaration of Independence, but before the constitutional conventions that created what you know as the modern United States. There was like an interim period during which there was something called the Articles of Confederation. Now, the reason why this is important is you have to understand two things. You have to understand the strong influence of state rights, and you also have to understand something called the Assumption Controversy and the Slavery Controversy. The Assumption Controversy had to do with the assumption of war debts. Who would pay the war debts that the various states incurred during the Revolutionary War? How would those debts be assumed, okay? You also have to understand like where the nation's capital was going to be was a big deal. Was it going to be in the north? Was it going to be in New York, in Philadelphia? Or was it going to be more towards the south in Washington? You're going to find out D.C. was picked as a compromise in order to facilitate a solution to the assumption problem, like the assumption debate about war debts, all right? It's a very fascinating period of American history. Now, the Articles of Confederation were also designed in a way to give a lot of the states a lot of power, but they collapsed. It didn't work as an efficient system of government. So there was something called a series of constitutional conventions in Philadelphia in like 1789, all right, where like Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, George Washington, etc., etc. They all met together. Each of the 13 states was represented. You can watch a miniseries called John Adams from HBO, which does a great job overviewing this wonderful period of history. I love it. The Constitutional Convention is fascinating. Madison made his notes private for like ever. Anyway, so the Constitutional Convention meets in 1789 amid like the emergence of American clippers onto the world scene, and by analogy, her emerging sort of preeminence as a world power. All right, so America emerges onto the world scene among these complex geopolitical debates about assumption and slavery and states' rights and all of this, and where the capital's going to be. Let's take those four big issues. They got to go to Philadelphia, I think it was. They might have, I think it was Philadelphia, the Constitutional Convention. The Supreme Court was first located in New York. It gets a little complicated. So they go have this Constitutional Convention, and I think it was like Liberty Hall in Philadelphia or something in 1789. And they're kind of meeting there. They don't really get it done until 1792. When they get it done, they emerge with what you know as the modern Constitution. But what you need to understand is that the Bill of Rights that eventually that is part of the Constitution is amendments to the Constitution. There's like the Constitution, then at the same time they passed the Bill of Rights, which is the first 10 amendments. Then over the next 250 years, we passed 17 or more amendments, meaning that the total like sum and substance of the Constitution is the document passed in 1792, and then I think that's what it was, and then the maybe 1789, whatever it was, when the final version was ratified. There were two constitutional conventions. You have the Constitution itself, Articles 1 through 8, I believe. You have the first 10 amendments, and then you have 17 more. That is the Constitution. But the Constitution is a living, breathing document. You're going to quickly come to learn that the way the American Constitution functions is like in line with someone who kind of read Kant or Locke or any other political philosopher of the time and understood the emergence of like the historical dialectic before Hegel defined it, which is to say that a constitution is not a firm set of laws. It is a spirit of the law that is made manifest through active precedential interpretation. So, as one of the founders famously said, we've given them a republic if they can keep it. What that means is it's sui generis or autopoietic. The founders of the United States were trying to solve a classic problem found in Book 8 of the Republic in Plato, which is that all societies naturally degrade from timocracy, which is government by landed property owners, to oligarchy, which is government owned by the rich, to democracy, which is what you know as like the people of Athens making Socrates drink hemlock, to tyranny. It's the universal form of like any society. It comes up in different ways, but that's how, like, all societies rise and fall. So what the United States founders tried to do is the United States founders tried to subvert this natural cycle by inventing something called representative democracy using a constitution. It was modeled after the emergence of, like, English parliamentary democracy following the Cromwell, like the English Civil War, the War of the Roses. Because, like, if you think about the emergence of Locke as a thinker, who was a big inspiration for the American Constitution, some of it nearly verbatim, what you're really looking at is, like, the first generation after Hobbes, right? So they learned the lessons of the English Civil War. You had the Enlightenment going on. You had the Westphalian Peace of 1648. And then you had this, like, new experiment in, like, radical applied Enlightenment theory in the form of constitutional representative democracy. It's unique. It's unlike anything that had ever existed before. It had a lot of influence from the Magna Carta and the British parliamentary system, but what it did was it took the best of that system and then reshaped it specifically to undercut the natural degradation of modern political society from democracy to tyranny, as Plato so eloquently laid out all those years ago in Book 8 of the Republic. So in any event, the form of the American Constitution, Articles 1, 2, and 3 are the most important. The legislative branch was obviously the preeminent branch, but you could argue the emergence of unitary executive theory has changed the order. But anyway, Article 1 is the legislature. Article 2 is, I want to say, is Article 2 the executive and Article 3 the courts? I think that's what it is. So the thing, though, is that what you have to understand, built into the American Constitution is this notion of checks and balances. But it's complicated because the original constitutional framework that was agreed and, like, signed that led to the emergence of the Republic in 1789, etc., that had only really two checks and balances, like the legislature checking and balancing the executive check and balancing the legislature. There was no role of what's called constitutional check and balance for the Supreme Court. In fact, the history of the Supreme Court reflects its subrogated, I believe is the word, role in the early American Republic. The first Supreme Court building was, like, in New York or something. The second one, once the Capitol was built in Washington, D.C., was built under the Capitol. It was under the Senate. Like, it was really, like, they were making a point. The Supreme Court didn't get its own building until sometime in the 18 or 1900s. In any event, so for the first 15 years of the country's history, like during George Washington's presidency and then during Adams' presidency, and for the first, like, 3 or 4 years of Jefferson's presidency, and really after that too, you don't really have the emergence of a strong court. In fact, you could argue the early republic was a bit of an experiment in how checks and balances would work, and it got a little chaotic, to put it lightly. Like, there was some, like, the Alien and Sedition Acts got passed in, like, 1798. Like Adams tried to imprison Jefferson and his party, and then, like, Jefferson and them retaliated by using the Alien and Sedition Act against, like, that party. Like, there were no parties when Washington was the first president, and then in Washington's cabinet you had the influence of the Hamiltonians, which was President Adams, who won after Washington was president. They were, like, pro-central bank proponents. Then you had what would be the Democratic Republican Party, which was represented by Jefferson, who opposed the Adams and Hamilton faction. President Washington wasn't in a party, but he was arguably more sympathetic to Hamilton and Adams, obviously. And what you ended up getting was sort of this emergence of political parties in 1796. President Adams represented the Federalists, and then President Jefferson, who came in 1800, represented the Democratic Republicans. You could argue, and it's probably right to argue, that the emergence of the power of the Supreme Court as a third branch to constitutionally check and balance the other two branches is not enumerated in the Constitution itself. Unlike the legislature and the executive, which have a constitutionally defined role in checking and balancing each other, what the Supreme Court did is there was a fight at the end of President Adams' term in 1799. President Adams was, like, the original, like, bro, I'm gonna show up the next president. I'm not going to his inauguration. Like, he thought he was smart, you know? He was a little petulant. He eventually made up with President Jefferson. They died on the same day, I believe, July 4th, like 1817 or something. Anyway, so President Adams won't go to President Jefferson's inauguration, which I think was in March or something back then. But he leaves town and signs a bunch of commissions to make people secretary, like justice of the peace in Washington, D.C. It's like a clerk-like position. And what happens is President Jefferson comes into office, and his Secretary of State is Madison. And Jefferson orders Madison not to accept the commission of a Secretary of, Justice of the Peace appointed by President Jefferson, whose name is Marbury, okay? So Marbury sues Madison on the grounds that Madison's refusal, or President Jefferson's refusal to accept Marbury's commission, was a violation of the Judiciary Act of 1789. Now you might be saying, what the hell does the Judiciary Act of 1789 have anything to do with the constitutional separation of powers between the branches of the American government? Well, I have the answer for you. In 1804, the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Marshall renders its opinion very famously in a case called Marbury v. Madison. This is why Corey A. Hopkins' name on Twitter, the business litigator from North Carolina, who does excellent work in terms of FOIA requests regarding various criminal and civil cases in Massachusetts. Marbury v. Madison gets up to the Supreme Court. All right, the Supreme Court has to deal with this issue of whether President Jefferson is validly refusing to order his Secretary of State Madison to not accept the commission of Marbury as Justice of the Peace in Washington, D.C., okay? What they do is, I think they eventually rule that the denial of the commission was valid or something. It's not the point. What they do, though, is Justice Marshall reads in what's called a penumbra, all right, of the different elements of the American Constitution. He picks something from Article 3, he picks something from Article 4, I think he grabs something out of Article 6, and he constructs what has come to be known as constitutional review. Now, in the text of the American Constitution, quite ironically for Supreme Court justices who are proponents of textualism, there is no constitutionally enumerated and defined role of constitutional review, which means whether the Supreme Court can say whether the action of the executive or the Congress in a given situation was legal or permissible under the Constitution. The court gave itself, through a reading of the various parts of the Constitution, in the case of Marbury v. Madison, the right to do constitutional review of statutes passed by the legislature and actions taken by the executive. That is where the Supreme Court stands or defines or emerges as a third pillar of what we would call tripartite representative democracy, which is why the living, breathing, sui generis in the Latin, or autopoietic in the Greek, self-generating character of American law is so special. Now, Water Under the Fridge said, can't wait for peace so we can get Grant's deep dive on drill music. I would love to tell you about the ATK versus FDK feud in Jacksonville, and how Ace used to be with the West and then East, and then he clicked up with the West Side. But I don't have time to talk about Fulio right now, or any of those wonderful songs, or how Vanessa Carlton inadvertently got involved in Jacksonville gang feuds. What I want to talk a little bit about is where I was going with the previous question. I think it had to do with the emergence of constitutional review. Oh, yes, and then there was something else that I wanted to weigh in on. Oh, and so to take this forward, what I would recommend, though, is you can't just stop at 1804. You won't understand the American constitutional system if you just stop at 1804. What you really should do next, after you get that foundation, by understanding and interpolating what Marbury v. Madison means in terms of the tripartite structure of American government, then you should read a great series of books. It's actually 3 volumes. I want you to read them all. It's by Bruce Ackerman, okay? It's called We the People, Volume 1, 2, and 3. Now, Bruce Ackerman has something called a theory of constitutional dualism. And if you want to understand the emergence of the modern American constitutional government and how it exists in light of the post-Marbury v. Madison tripartite division between the 3 branches of government, you must read Professor Ackerman's book called We the People. It's a 3-series book. It's probably 2,500 pages over the 3 volumes, but you must read it. It's the greatest explication of American constitutional and sort of non-constitutional lawmaking that I've ever seen. You want to understand the hexis or the praxis of the American polity over centuries, read Professor Ackerman's book. It's the greatest thing I've ever read. All right, so anyway, in Professor Ackerman's, hello Alpha FM, we're doing a little bit of a lecture on, someone had a question in chat about what it means that the three branches of American government kind of function in parallel and check and balance each other. So I had to do a little bit of a lecture about constitutional theory, and then Marbury v. Madison, and now I'm going to tell you about something called Bruce Ackerman, who's a Yale professor of law, his theory of constitutional dualism. So to understand the American Republic from 1804 to like now, you have to understand what constitutional dualism is. This is the best way, I think, to explain it. What Professor Ackerman says is that there's periods of lower lawmaking and periods of higher lawmaking. Most of American history is defined by long stretches of what he calls ordinary lawmaking. The American public is kind of like a slumbering giant. It abdicates most of its decision-making authority in the civil, regulatory, political, judicial arena to like the powers that be. And things just kind of function like a mechanistic wheel. But every once in a while, awakens a slumbering demon indeed. Not a demon, a slumbering giant. The consciousness of the American Republic, says Professor Ackerman, is stirred by various developments. Professor Ackerman attributes it to like a highly engaged and new form of press emerging. And then like a polity who's like very invested in seeing like change to its socio-political status, and then also like negative economic forces, and then like the emergence of cogent public discourse as an enabling condition of the structures of government like standing and not falling. And Professor Ackerman says in these moments of American history, you get what are called constitutional moments of constitutional lawmaking, where the polity, through what I would call sub-constitutional reformation, they don't amend the Constitution through Article 5, which is very complicated. You have to like call a convention or like get a bill passed in Congress, like both houses on the federal level, sent down to the states. Then you got to get 2/3 of the states to all ratify the amendment. Like it's like 38 states. It's a hell of a process. So what Professor Ackerman says happens is the American public gets mad, and they use their discourse to put pressure on the institutions of government. And in essence, what happens is there's like changes on major policy levels that aren't like constitutional amendments. They're more like big Supreme Court decisions that you wouldn't expect, or major policy changes by the administration you wouldn't expect. And what that is a way to placate the public to avoid them like literally going into revolt. And those moments, Professor Ackerman defines them as the founding, Reconstruction, which would be Amendments 13, 14, and 15 to the American Constitution. Of course, the Anti-Slavery Amendment, the Due Process Amendment, Amendment 14, and then, of course, Amendment 15 is also one of the Civil Rights Amendments, okay? And then furthermore, the New Deal. All right, the New Deal was in the 30s. It was in reaction to the predatory margin lending of the 20s. And it was kind of like the emergence of what you know as like civil rights and the safety net. It prevented like robber baron capitalists from taking all of America's money, selling out the country, and leaving people to die with blood flowing in the streets as they ran off to like some rich, like very nice palatial estate and ate bread. Like, we had our Marie Antoinette moment, but there were no guillotines. All we did was, like, impose, like, redistributed wealth through governmental programs like the Tennessee Valley Administration, the Civilian Conservation Corps, etc., etc., etc. So, like, the emergence of that, like, also came along with, you have to understand something called the liberty of contract doctrine. So, in, like, it's very frustrating. In, like, 1886, there was a case called Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific, where the court, like, basically read into the 14th Amendment that corporations were supposed to be removed from state-level regulatory oversight because they were, quote, persons. That then, like, jumped forward to this case called Lochner in 1898, whatever it was. There were these bakers, I think, up in New York, and the state of New York wanted to impose like a minimum wage law, and they didn't want the bakers working like 16-hour shifts. It was like a fire hazard. They wanted them having like reasonable shifts and good pay. They imposed a minimum wage law, and they imposed a working hours cap. One of the bakers sued on the grounds that it was his liberty of contract to engage in whatever exploitive contract that he wanted, and if he wanted to work 80 hours a week for 5 cents an hour, he had the liberty of contract to do that. So in like 1890, or like whatever around there, the American Supreme Court imposed this liberty of contract doctrine and banned states from imposing state minimum wage laws, and basically also allowed separate but equal. But that was another case called Plessy v. Ferguson that undermined the Civil War and the Reconstruction Amendments. I don't have time to talk about it. That was eventually changed by Brown v. Board in 54. That was the desegregation case. We'll explain, though, a more important case, which is the switch in time that saved 9. So Professor Ackerman's theory of constitutional dualism is perfectly embodied by the case West Coast Hotel v. Parrish. Yes. Okay. In West Coast Hotel v. Parrish, it was in 1937. There was a sort of situation in the Supreme Court where there were very conservative people called the Four Horsemen of Reaction. They really didn't like that FDR was creating a bunch of New Deal programs, and they kept using the power of constitutional review that you learned about under Marbury v. Madison to invalidate FDR's New Deal programs. Well, up comes 1937, and you got FDR with a supermajority threatening to pack the court. He's thinking about expanding the number of justices on the court, 1 justice for each justice over the age of 75, and imposing mandatory retirement to get rid of the Four Horsemen of Reaction. Well, Louisiana wants to impose a minimum wage for women who work at hotels. Well, it's been a long time since Lochner, and they figured give it a roll. So they pass a law. I think it was under Huey Long, probably. Like, Louisiana was very socialist in the 30s. It's hard to explain. But they were. And they pass a law that imposes a minimum wage for hotel workers, women hotel workers in particular. Well, West Coast Hotel sues. They were the hotel one of the hotel chains in Louisiana. And it goes up to the Supreme Court. And you got this situation. The Supreme Court is going to get expanded. It's going to get Congress can increase the number of people on the Supreme Court. Congress can affix the date that the Supreme Court meets, so it can stop it from meeting, and it can impeach justices. FDR had such popular support, he had supermajorities in both houses of Congress, that if FDR wanted to, he could have easily expanded the court legally under the Constitution. Well, one of the Four Horsemen of Reaction, who was it? I forget who it was. He's looking at this situation, and he, in line with Lochner, should invalidate Louisiana's minimum wage law, because it's a violation of the precedent from Lochner that said New York could not have a minimum wage law. Well, the switch in time that saved 9, it was a close 4-4 vote. And with just like an hour or 2 to go, one of the main justices from the Four Horsemen of Reaction, not Van de Vanter, one of the other ones, switches his vote. The switch in time that saved 9. Louisiana was allowed to have minimum wage laws, and by 1954, Brown v. Board was decided, ending the era of separate but equal and eradicating the last vestiges of the ordinary lawmaking that played out between Reconstruction and the New Deal. Subconstitutional reformation. It's beautiful. I think we're entering a 4th era of subconstitutional reformation now. I said that during my 1L I said that to, like, in a sentence to the professor in front of 130 people during my 1L law class. And I said, I think we're entering I explained the theory about Ackerman and constitutional dualism. She said, she tried to test me. She was like, what do you think what are some examples of eras of higher lawmaking? I used Ackerman's examples, the founding Reformation, the founding Reconstruction, and the New Deal. And then I was like, and I think we're entering a 4th era now. And she was like, wow, he's hopeful. It was great. She was a genius. So anyway, that was my lecture on constitutional dualism and the tripartite system of American government. Whoever asked that question, that was great. Thanks for doing so. I'm so glad I got to answer that. Can you tell I can just do this from memory? I love America. Alright, so anyway, if the Ahmad wanted to be the Secretary of Monkeys, which I will allow, but he has to do a whole report on these specific monkeys, and I want him to read Aristotle's On the Soul. Why? Because I love the book Aristotle's On the Soul. So before we go back to news updates, by the way, can you tell that I'm very, very strongly of the opinion we're heading towards peace? Let's take a listen to this. No, we have to listen to this.
De Anima. Aristotle. De Anima, On the Soul and on Memory and Recollection. Translated by Joe Sachs. Santa Fe, New Mexico, Green Lion Press, 2001. From Joe Sachs's Introduction to On the Soul. The inner life of the animal presents itself to us in its outer activity, and teaches us that we too dwell innately in our bodies. When the bird flies away, and doesn't bump into the branches and other obstacles it glides around, we recognize two things: that the bird itself originated its motion, and that it guides its course by means of perceiving the things around it. Living motion reflects an inner source, just as living perception requires an inner awareness. The two unities in the experience of the living body are one and the same, one soul. Ellipsis. The structure of this world, not some other that we may imagine or invent, but this one that we experience, must accommodate the structure of the natural, and that means, preeminently, the living. Ellipsis. What is that structure? Aristotle traces it down many roads. In the Platonic dialogues, Socrates is always asking the question TSD, what is it? About any single look that makes many perceptible things all be the same one thing. It is possible to treat this as a logical question, having to do with classifying the world, attaching universal names to particular things. But we can sort the world into any classes we please. Aristotle is interested in the way the world sorts itself out, and this is visible in anything that keeps on being the same while constantly undergoing change. And what if that enduring sameness is of a kind that could not even be present except in the course of change? In that case, the thing does not hold out passively against change, but absorbs change into itself, molds it into a new kind of identity, a second level of sameness, a higher order of being. For such a being, to be at all depends on its keeping on being what it is. Aristotle sums up this way of being in his phrase to TNINI. Online, Amazon.
I love it! Oh, goodness. Alright, I'll give you updates now. So this is where we're at. I think it's going to be a little bumpy, but I don't expect any missiles to be fired, and I expect there to actually be peace talks, and in fact, I expect there to be a peace deal. Happy 420 indeed. If you celebrate, God bless you. Alright, so let me give you some updates. Here's where we are. You heard this. This was Mr. President Trump 2 hours ago. This is literally where we're at. We may actually be we may have a peace celebration stream. It's not guaranteed. Anything could happen, but there's been no attacks. Everything is quiet. Alright, everything is quiet. That is a very good thing. I do like a Tesseract. Listen, Nanya, have you ever considered whether you are actually a Tesseract? Are we only experiencing a 3D imprint of our 4D selves? Is time and space really just human consciousness experiencing itself reflectively? Here's Towel with the weather. Hashtag, it's midnight in England, happy 421. Hashtag, Nanya is a, what did I say? Nanya says they've seen the peacer. They've seen the future. I don't believe there have been any attacks in the past hour. I'm not saying that everything is perfect. A very large electrical transformer exploded in Bucharest, Romania. And ships are starting to pass. I think a ship was just allowed to pass the American blockade. I think it's over. The Iranian cargo ship Shuja, SHUJA-22, just crossed the strait and did not get stopped by the American blockade. I repeat, the Iranian cargo ship, and I'm going to give you its exact name, Shuja, SHUJAA-2, just crossed the Strait of Hormuz 30 minutes ago, and it was not stopped by the American blockade. It might be over. I agree, Silent Dogs. I agree. I'm just saying human consciousness, the way it experiences itself, it tends to be weird. Sentience in humans is weird. I think God is acting through all of us and is all of us. God is everything, in my opinion. But human consciousness and free will, the way it experiences itself, is very interesting. I repeat, though, I might be right. I believe the American blockade is lifted. I repeat, as long as dogs were created, I'm good. We're down. I'm down with it. There's an earthquake happening soon. I'm sure there was literally an earthquake off the northeast coast of Japan today if the Armada caused a tsunami warning. According to the latest reports, this is from the Iranian sources, I think we've done it. I think the world has done it. The Iranian cargo ship, I cannot confirm this. I'm not in the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not like standing on like the UAE coastline with binoculars. But according to Iranian sources, the Iranian cargo ship Shuja, Shujaa, yep, 2, crossed the Strait of Hormuz and was not impeded by the American blockade. Thank you, Soul Controller. I do have the latest American tweets, but this update with the latest Iranian tweets. This update was after the tweet from the Speaker of the Parliament. I believe the Americans have just let an Iranian ship through. I think they've done their part. Yep, dogs created on the 6th day. You got it. We love dogs. Hashtag we love dogs. No, listen. This is very, very, very good news. If this is confirmed, I don't have the shipping data. Someone will pull it. If the Shuja, this specific ship, in that specific place, on this specific night, the Shuja 2, Shujaa 2, I know some of you are going to go pull the data. If that crossed the strait and was unimpeded, the blockade has been lifted. I need confirmation, but I think we've got a deal. I think, by golly, I think we've got a deal. By golly. Let's spread some holly. It's not Christmas time. Christmas in April, screw it. Nothing matters anymore. Everything's made up. It's Christmas. We might have a deal. It's unconfirmed. I'm not in the Strait of Hormuz. As long as that ship got through that strait, we might have a deal. I agree, Penny. Cats are wonderful, but they like to be loved. They don't do a great job showing love all the time. Soul coverage. Soul Controller's like, I'm feeling it. 12 hours tomorrow. No. Soul Controller, I can tell. We have a deal. I think we have a deal. The American blockade might have just lifted. That ship can't just go through. President Trump. Listen, the reason I thought we were close is the Pakistani field marshal went to President Trump and he said, like, listen, we can get a deal. You just got to back off the blockade. You just got to lift it. If you lift that, we can get a deal. And President Trump said he would think about it. And now a ship is through. You don't listen to what they're saying. You listen to what's happening on the ground. But listen, if that ship got through, it's over. Because the key condition of Iran, which I told you they would do, they'd force Mr. President to back down. If that ship got through, don't listen to what they're saying, look at the data, then the blockade is lifted. It's called the Shuja, Shujaa 2. Yep, Pete, that's what I'm saying. It was a test. Nobody cares what anybody says. It's what happens on the ground. So if that ship is in the maritime data as getting through, the blockade is lifted. That's all you need to look at. Yep, and if the Ahmad, trust me, the money's going to be released. 20 billion at least from Qatar, probably more. I would guess closer to 80 billion. Frankly, they could have asked for 200, and that would have been reasonable. I think they're going to take 80. They're getting 20 right from the jump. They have 20 of their own money that Qatar will release as soon as the deal is signed, and they need it. They really do. Money is big for them. They just want to be like a competitive, respected, reasonable, non-belligerent state. They need money. Soul Controller, I agree. They are going to fly military equipment. Both sides are going to be ready at any minute to go hot. I am not saying we have peace. We don't have peace till Mr. President and the Iranian leadership are with that field marshal and the Pakistani president and foreign minister and whatever, standing in Islamabad signing a deal. Until that is done and the money's released and everything's done, It's not over. Like, you have to actually get the peace, like, summit before I am sitting here jumping up and down declaring we have peace. What I'm saying is we might have a deal. A deal is the first step towards a peace conference, and you need to do the deal. They did the deal. The deal was just lift the blockade. It's really embarrassing. I knew the Iranians were going to do this. They wanted Mr. President to show a little bit of humility during the negotiations. How do you do that? Lift the stupid blockade of the blockade. They already are going to lift their blockade. You lift your blockade, then you give them $20 billion right from the jump. It's their money. Qatar froze it. At the U.S.'s request, Qatar releases it. Everybody's happy. That's why... Penny, that's why you don't take anyone's word. Iran would not just accept a phone call telling them the blockade's lifted. They would send a very important ship through and see if anyone touched it, which is what they did. Yep, Ifti Ahmad, but what they're negotiating about right now is not the total frozen assets. They're talking about $20 billion that Qatar has. Everyone feels comfortable with Qatar giving Iran the frozen money right away. The other money, it's like a more complicated sanctions thing. But the Qatari money, it's Iran's money in a Qatari bank, and everyone's fine with Qatar just giving it to Iran. Everyone is okay with it. And the Qataris like Iran, and Iran likes the Qataris. Iran stopped bombing the Qataris maybe a week into the war. So the Qataris don't care. It's not their money. They've just been holding it. They probably would be happy to give it to Iran. It's nobody's money. That's what Mr. President will like. It's not like it's coming out of the USA's budget. He doesn't have to say he paid them anything. He's just lifting a hold, and it's not all the money. It's just $20 billion as a sign of good faith. God created minds who have created Frankensteins of stuff, I think. Mimi, I agree. We never should have let Eve eat the apple, Mimi, but that's how free will works. God was disappointed. She ate the damn apple. Man was corrupted by the tree of knowledge. That's what I think. But also, the tree of knowledge can help man save himself. We gotta use knowledge benevolently. Knowledge and free will are very delicate things. You must be a good person, or you can destroy the world for a lot of people and really hurt people and cause a lot of suffering. And once suffering is so widespread that one individual suffering is not a tragedy that we all try to fix, then we've lost society as a whole, and that's what happened. We gotta fix it. We can fix it, but we must be benevolent, and we can do it. You just have to hope. You have to help. It's about fundamentally helping. If you're helping, you're happy. And if you're happy, you're helping. And we need more of that. Silent Dogs, I think you're right. It's a material distinction between what free will. God created, in my opinion, all potential outcomes, but that doesn't mean that they all have to happen. That's what free will, I've studied a little bit about this in the Bible. I don't think anyone denies that free will is very real. But God is still there for every path, even the bad ones. We just have a role in how it all plays out. That's what free will is. That is what makes things so unique. God is there with us no matter what path we go down. It's just, do we make the right choices when no one's looking? That's what I take from Matthew 25:31 through 46 anyway. What goes on in this chat? Yeah, I agree. I love this chat. You are wonderful, Mimi. Hi, Mimi. I love Mimi's prayers. They really keep me going. Did you know me and Towel Girlfriend are going to visit Mimi? We're going to visit a lot of you. I want to visit Soul Controller. It'll be great. Soul Controller, you want to meet me and Towel Girlfriend? Her name's Nikki. She's beautiful. You're going to like her. She's really smart. She makes my soul radiate. I don't know what to say. I'm so blessed. I thank God every day when I wake up. I'm just how did I get so lucky to have the most beautiful girlfriend and so many wonderful friends? And how did I find something that gives me so much passion? And how did I get the opportunity to potentially, help the world and be president? I'm just so grateful. Even if I don't win, I'm just grateful that I wake up every day. And Nikki's a big part of that. She's so wonderful. Wait till you meet her. Oh, I can't wait for you all to meet her. She just makes my heart sing and radiate happiness. I think you're going to really like her. Oh, you're wonderful, Soul Controller. Yes, we're going to come meet you. You have my email, so me and Nikki Towell, we're going to come meet you. It's a little hard. I got to go get, like, my passport. Like, I haven't had a reason to go anywhere in years. I've been so sad. I felt so trapped and alone. And now I'm so happy and free. And she's so wonderful. Wait till you meet her. I just can't wait. I just think she's the biggest thing ever. Oh, it's wonderful. She's so beautiful and smart. You don't understand. She speaks all these languages, and she sings. Oh my goodness. The way that she sings, oh, it's wonderful. And the way that she knows things, she likes like ancient Greek, and she loves music. Oh goodness, we just listen to music all the time. She's so smart. Oh, she's wonderful. Oh, I don't know. Nanya, you know, I'm very smitten. I think it's fair to say. Mimi, no, we won't be letting no golf courses. If the people of Palestine want a golf course, they can build one. But we're not putting Mr. President's golf course there. He has enough golf courses. That's a good question, Soul Controller. Probably Bath. But we can go up north. I think I want to go to Univ. I got to go say hi to some people. So maybe Oxford. Would you want to come down? Do you want to go punting with me in Oxford? I would like that. Do you want to meet at Stratford-upon-Avon? It's kind of boring. Like, if we're going to meet somewhere, like, Bath is okay. It's fun. It would make me feel nostalgic. But I could take Nikki there. Or we can go to Oxford. I'd really like to take you punting. Would you allow me to take you on an afternoon punting adventure? Nikki can be in the boat. I want to go punting with Soul Controller. That's it. You got to come to Oxbridge, though. You got to come down, and I am taking you on that little shallow river. I know exactly how to do it. I'm bringing you on the boat. I'm going to take the little thing. I'll be the punter. You and Nikki can sit there. We'll have so many laughs. I'll be like, Nikki, we are hanging out with Zana right now, Soul Controller, in the UK at Oxford, and we're going to go to the Black Swan pub afterwards. You don't understand. I have this all planned out. We're doing it. We're going to debate. I'm going to start debating people about, like, Rousseau and Kant, and I'm going to talk about the first discourse. I'm just going to start talking to the damn physicists. They're all going to try to flirt with me. I'm going to be like, no, that's Towel Girlfriend. You can't be flirting with me. It's going to be great. No, I was saying Oxbridge. Do you want to come to Oxford, Soul Controller? Like, I think we should get a hotel there, and I think I would like to meet you there. I can show you Univ. We can talk to the porter. He's my friend, as long as he's still there with his golden retriever. I imagine he is. They kind of stay there for life. He was like 50. He's probably old. He's a big portly man. So anyway, I think I would like to meet you in Oxford. I'd like to go see Univ, and then I want to take you punting. I'm going to punt down that little river there. I forget what the river's called, but I know what to do. I know how to do it. I know where the punting, like, rental is. We're going to do it. We're going punting. It's going to be great. All right. Okay, Soul Controller, you must email me tomorrow about this idea in case I forget, and I'm going to forward the email to Nikki. Putting on the itinerary, we are going to Oxford to meet Soul Controller, and I'm taking you both punting around Oxford. Then we're going to Univ, then we're going to the Black Swan pub, and then we'll have a day. We're just going to make a day of it. It's going to be great. Nanya, do you know what punting is? You can't punt a human. Nanya! No, goodness. No, Nanya, you can't punt a human. What you got to do is you got to get a little river, all right? Ideally, like in Oxford. You could do it in Cambridge too, but I don't really. Cambridge is cool, but it's a little. Oxford is more. I like Oxford better. So anyway, I'm a little more partial to Oxford because I spent time at Univ. Anyway, so you go to this. It's got to be like a river. It's got to be like 20 feet across, maybe like 10 meters, 12 meters across, and then it's only you got to make sure the river's only like half a meter to a meter deep. You can't have a deep river. It's kind of like inner tubing for aristocratic people. That's the best way I can describe punting. And you don't use an inner tube because that's very an inner tube that's made of rubber. You use a boat. You got to use a wooden boat. That's how you do it. So it's kind of like one of those things you'd see in Venice, like a gondola, but it's more just like a boat. like a little dinghy, but it's kind of classy. It's like, imagine like a Monet painting, like the kind of boat you'd see in that. It's not quite a sailboat, it's not quite a dinghy, it's not quite a gondola, it's a boat that you use for punting. That's the best way I can explain it. So I stand on the back of the boat, okay, and I'm going to have this giant stick. And you might be saying, this does not seem like a very efficient way to go places. Well, you're not really supposed to go anywhere. We're going to have a little talk about the point of punting, all right? So you get... All right, Kingsley, you got it. Kingsley, you got to send me an email, though. GrantSmithEllis@gmail.com. If you want to be visited by Towel and Nikki, I got to put you over on the agenda. Kingsley wants to be visited. My email is GrantSmithEllis@gmail.com. I'll forward you to Towel Girlfriend. She'll put you on the agenda. All right, so listen. I stand on the back of this boat, all right? And I have a big stick, all right? And I put the stick into the water, but it actually touches the bottom of the ground. Now, it requires a decent amount of force. You got to drive the boat. Like, there's no sail. It's just you pushing the boat. So you're kind of pushing the boat, and you got to go from one side to the other. No one has any oars on this boat. You are the propeller. It's just you pushing the boat. Now, you might be saying, where are you going in this boat? Well, you don't go anywhere. Aristocratic people really like their leisure. I don't really understand. I just think it's freaking hilarious. So what you do is, you're on this river, and there's all these like very nice universities. They're more like palaces, all right, bro? That's the best way to explain Oxford. And they're very tall because of the town versus gown thing. It's very complicated. So the walls are really tall, and then there's like this river. And it's a very scenic river. It's like being in a painting, you know? It's like being in a Standing Stones painting. And there's all these like lush trees like hanging over the river, and you know, you bring your like whatever the hell the rich people do with their cheese boards and their crackers. I'm not really into that stuff. I just think it's hilarious to do this. So you go on this little river. It's very, very relaxed. You bring some wine. I don't freaking know why they do this. So, you know, they go quail hunting or something before. Whatever the hell these like strange rich people do. I don't freaking know. They got way too lazy. So they're like really like leisure. They don't really go anywhere. They go on this river. They bring like a charcuterie board, whatever the frick the thing. I don't know. It's like a board of wood, and you have some wine. They're really strange, bro. They are the strangest group of people you've ever met in your entire life. I don't know. They're really smart, some of them, but like they're weird. I don't know how to explain it. Like they like to they wear like very like flowy dresses. They're like white, and they have these like weird like things at the bottom. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like these like patterns, but they're not embroidered into the dress. It's kind of like it's like hand sewn like patterns that look like snowflakes. I don't freaking know. I'm not an aristocrat. I just like infiltrated them because of my mom. But anyway, so you know, you go there, and all the women are like in there, like it's kind of like doing a picnic on a boat, and they're all very wealthy and hoity-toity, and you know, talking about Jane Austen overthrowing, like, you know, the Victorian English, like, you know, and how they were all sexist, and that's what they like to talk about. And, like, physics, particle physics, and nuclei, and, you know, James Joyce, and medieval European history, and Edon, and all these interesting things. They're just very interesting. Like, they all know a lot, but they're lazy. So, like, you stand on the boat. You go literally, like, 3 miles an hour, if that. You don't really go anywhere. You just kind of push the stick into the ground, and then you discuss like erudite things and drink wine and eat cheese. Now you may be saying to yourself, Grant, that is the most absurd freaking thing I've ever heard of. No, they do not. Yes, they do. Yep, that's exactly what they do. And it's really interesting in some regard that this is their social culture. You know, what they do is like, it depends on who you are. Like, if you're a professor there, you don't really, like, always need to be writing. So you can just kind of gallivant. There's a lot of gallivanting. Like, they kind of like to take strolls. You know, they like to, there's a lot, but gallivanting is, like, a big part of being an aristocrat or being at Oxford. You have to gallivant. And you have to, like, I don't know, like you get up in the morning and you just have to kind of like go to like your formal dining hall, and you gotta like be very like formal. I don't know, and you're like in a Harry Potter dining hall, and you gotta like go to like the service station, and it just feels like you're being waited on hand and foot. So you feel like you're all important. So then, like, when you go to the shops, you, like, leave your castle, and everybody's like, oh, they're from the castle. And so you're just kind of walking around like a lord of the manor, and, like, it really feels like you should have a top hat on, and, like, some kind of, like, horse racing suit that they wear to, like, the Belmont Stakes, and you should just be kind of... like, it's very quaint. The avenues are broad, but, like, it's very quaint. The shops are quaint. There's nothing but just, like, smart, rich people. And it's like a town, but in the middle of the town is just these big, tall walls and a bunch of different universities and then the strange libraries, like, down a weird little side street, and it's, like, underground with a big, like, dome. I don't know. So anyway, you're kind of there, and you just kind of leisurely stroll. Like, there's a, like, ebb and flow to life there. Like, you get up, you gotta, like, they have lectures, I guess. I don't know. I was a little confused. You go to class, and then you kind of, like, go into the city, and you do your afternoon, like, tea. You have to have, like, coffee or tea when you, and you're supposed to, like, I felt like I was supposed to sit there with, like, Hobbes and, like, sit at a coffee shop and, like, do my reading and, like, drink tea, and then, like, it would be, like, 4 o'clock, and I'd be like, okay, it's dinner time. And then you go back to the college, and you have to, like, knock on the door because they take the visitor sign down. And then, like, you have to knock, and they check you in with the porter. Then you go in and you change for dinner, and dinner's very formal. And so you have to, like, put on, like evening attire, and you go down, and you go into the dining hall, and you, like, have your dinner and do your thing. And then behind the dining hall, I guess it's kind of like if you come out of the dining hall and take a right and go straight and take a right and go under this archway and you go straight and you take another right. There's this set of stairs, and they have like a pub on the campus. And it's very subsidized beer, and so you don't have to really leave to go drinking. You kind of just go into the student pub. It's so cool, bro. It's kind of like if like frats were mixed with the TV show Cheers. You kind of go down this stairs, and then you're in this like underground tavern, but it's really like swanky. It's like very like erudite. This was at UNIV at least. And so there's like a bar like this. I don't know how to freaking explain it. It's like a bar when you walk in, and then there's like video games, but they're classy. Like I forget if it was like Golden Tea or something. I don't know. It was like classy. And you could, like, kind of do that along the wall. There might have been, like, a claw machine at the time. I don't freaking remember. And then to the left was, like, a very traditional British pub. But it was, like, hidden. Like, you were underground, but it was very nice, very quaint and welcoming. And then there was, like, stools and tables. And then there was, like, a jukebox. And it filled up. It was, like, a party atmosphere. And, like, but they had a way of, like, keeping it insulated. Like, you were supposed to, like, drink with, like, your school. Like, where you went. Like, that's where you would go to the pub. And you were supposed... Like, you could go out clubbing after. But it was, like, you pregame there. And then there are clubs there. But the whole, like, pace of life is slow. Like, it's not... Like, you're supposed to just, like, chill. And just kind of like do your thing. Like you gotta be places and write things and all that, but you're supposed to just like go slow, like have random conversations about poets, like look at like old things, like very old, like things that are thousands of years old, like read Aristotle in the Greek, like talk to some physicist who won the Nobel Prize, go to the Black Swan pub and like debate. Like you just go slow, and you just kind of, you're supposed to just like, how do I explain it? You're supposed to do like a lot of leisurely activities, but at any moment just be ready to like discuss very intelligent things. It's fun. I like it. I have very fond memories of Oxford. But yeah, I didn't spend. Yeah, it does smell like mahogany, rich mahogany. None, yeah, exactly. Like oak, like very like refined, like British oak. That's exactly what that like student union pub smelled like. I didn't really drink. I might have drank a little at the time. The beer was really big. It was like this tall or something, and it cost £1. I remember being like, how does it cost £1? I remember going to Parliament, actually, and I went to the Parliament members bar. I forget how we got in there. I think it was through a class. I don't know. So anyway, I was at the members bar in Parliament, and they were just buying so much beer. It cost like $1. I could not believe at Oxford and at Parliament, they subsidize the beer. So you go in there, and these dudes are paying out of pocket like a quid for a beer that would probably cost like $12 in the United States. It was crazy. That was I didn't understand that, like why they needed. I don't know who was subsidizing it or why or how, but I was like, wait, you just subsidize? They were like, yeah, they just pay for part of it. Okay. All right, so here's where we are. It is very possible. It is very possible that an Iranian ship has gotten through the Strait of Hormuz, which would be the signal that we might be able to actually get a deal. Why? Because the only thing that was preventing the Iranians from going to Islamabad for what could be the first talks between the President of the United States and the Iranian leadership ever since 1979 under the current Islamic Republic. President Trump's Nixon in China moment? I think so. President Trump in Pakistan. Sounds good. So, with that said, let's listen to a song after I read this out, because Soul Controller earned this song. He sent it to me earlier. It's a Professor. It's a really good song. I'm excited to play it. Soul Controller's gonna be excited. It was the first one you sent me, Soul Controller. I'm excited. So here's where we are. You can see President Trump setting up the parameters of the deal. The deal that we are making with Iran will be far better than the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. That was Obama's deal. Commonly referred to as the Iran nuclear deal. Penned by Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden. One of the worst deals ever made, having to do with the security of our country. It was a guaranteed road to a nuclear weapon, which will not and cannot happen with the deal we're working on. They actually gave Obama $1.7. Obama gave $1.7 billion in green cash, loaded into a Boeing 757, and flown to Iran for Iranian leadership to spend any way they saw fit. President Obama emptied out all the cash from banks in the Washington, D.C. area and Virginia and Maryland. The bankers there said they've never seen anything like it before. In addition, hundreds of billions of dollars was paid to Iran. If I, President Trump, did not terminate that, quote, deal, nuclear weapons would have been used on Israel and all over the Middle East, including our cherished U.S. military bases. The fake news, like lightweight Washington Post journalist David Ignatius, loves to talk about the JCPOA, knowing that it was dangerous and a complete embarrassment to our country. If a deal happens under all caps Trump, scare quotes, comma, with the comma inside the scare quotes, it will guarantee peace, security, and safety, not only for Israel and the Middle East, but for Europe, America, and everywhere else. It will be something that the entire world will be proud of, instead of the years of embarrassment and humiliation that we have been forced to suffer due to the incompetent and cowardly leadership. President Donald J. Trump. Now you might be saying, wait a minute. That sounds like the kind of thing President Trump would say if he was about to, make a deal that would give, a little bit, worse terms than the JCPOA, at least on paper. Probably better terms in reality, though. But, President Trump is setting it up to be like, well, I didn't give them as much money as Obama did, and I certainly didn't empty all the banks of our cash. I just gave them their own money. The bankers in D.C., listen, they told me that Obama, he just emptied all the banks. Can you believe he took our people's own money from the banks? There was no money left in the banks. What he's really saying is, Obama gave them our money. I'm not going to do that. Did Obama actually go to the bankers and empty them of cash? No. That's outrageous. But it's a point. He's preemptively making the point. He's going to give them their own money. All right? That's how President Trump talks. Yeah, I think it will be better, silent dogs. And not just better terms. Iran is looked at differently than they were before the war. The one thing Iran was worried about was American military intervention, and they easily survived it. All right, so we're going to listen to a song that Soul Controller sent in. All right, got to give me 1 second here. All right, and then we're going to look at some videos from Iran and other areas of the world. All right, and Ifti Ahmad's off doing research on Aristotle and the bonobo monkeys from Japan. Ifti Ahmad's the secretary of monkeys. I don't think he understood the position actually entailed Aristotle's De Anima, but you know, 6 in one hand, half dozen bonobo monkeys in the other. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I agree, Silent Dogs, that is true. Sometimes you want to be the secretary of monkeys for a new presidential administration, and the president's like, no, I think you have to learn about Aristotle's De Anima. And then you're just learning Aristotle's De Anima. That just happens from time to time. All right, I got a special song. This one is dedicated to the wonderful Soul Controller who waited 24 hours nice and patiently. This one is called, let's see, it is called, wait, where's the other one? Hold on, I want this. It is called Behind My Painted Smile by Akala. This is a special dedication to the one, the only Soul Controller.
Behind my painted smile and all the revolutionary noise is nothing but a lost little boy, confused and insecure, arrogant and overshorn, egotistical prick. So come on, please praise me more. It's great if my music bettered you, but I contemplate murder every day, so don't put me on a pedestal. Plus, truly just the vehicle, the music just runs through me. In my better moments, I can let the universe use me. Behind my smile, there's generations of pain, self-hatred ingrained, miseducated my brain, decimated the place where my dead relations were slain, not just physically but mentally penetrated our veins. What you got inside hasn't gotta die once, it can die a lot of times. That I promise my son. Analyze every song that I've done, trying to fight colonialism with a colonized tongue.
Here I stand again, living in sin. Caught up in the dream, behind the painted smile.
Behind my painted smile was the most painful grimace, the mental prison I live in, cause I am so conditioned by my privilege. What a strange contradiction, to grow brown in Britain and know that you're living was paid for by a carcass that resembles yours. Born in the heart of the empire, you're worth more than others just like you, but less than the native ones. Raised by my mum, but in this world I am my father's son. Behind my painted smile, a very flawed human being, done many things that I regret and never knew the reason. What do you believe in, truth and freedom, or are you deceiving? I don't wanna die in prostration to Europeans. They say the answer is within you and nowhere else. Understand the vision, man on a mission to know himself. This is for my co-defendants, no retreat and no surrender. You probably think that we don't remember Ota Benga.
Here I stand again, living in sin. Caught up in the dream, behind the painted smile.
The smile that's painted on my face is tainted by a frown, picturing the buckets of blood that decorate the town. The trigger drum, bullets sung and guns hummed, and everyone that's dead was somebody, someone. Behind my painted smile, I feel like a naked child. Maybe rapping ain't for now, cause my passion's fading out. Up early though, I search and roam along this dirty road, just another traveller taking a long journey home. All this talk of intervention to protect, and what is the intention? Same as it ever was, the colonial past and present. I'm more respect for most of the right wingers than the paternalistic, patronising liberal bigot. Our way of life is so divine, we should intervene. Select war and export the British dream. Behind cinema screens, there's much that isn't seen. George Clooney war movies never bring my children peace. Whoever wake up and just feel like fucking off and never coming back to this place and just shutting off all the time. I almost did last year, the trouble was the bloody cops had me running in and out the bloody dock. I've been there, brother, though I don't promote it in this rap shit. I ain't a stranger to having my back on every plastic. Can't keep us captive, see the tactics to keep us passive. We beat the fascists, release the classics and reach the masses.
Here I stand again, living in sin.
living in sin.
My pleasure, Lurley. God bless you and welcome to the channel.
Behind the painted smile.
Great song. Behind My Painted Smile, Akala. Thank you to Soul Controller for that great recommendation. Now, as you can see on the left, the blockade may have lifted. Iranian ships don't just go through the blockade. Hello, T.A. Sarah. 72 billion bonus points for T.A. Sarah using excellent emojis. Good job, T.A. Sarah. I hope you've been well. All right, so here's what we got. Oh, no, I love it, Soul Controller. You share that music all you want. People love discovering new artists. Mimi has found so many new artists. She vibes along with us. The baby goat, Ellie. I bet, Soul Controller, you have taught Ellie, the baby goat, some new songs. Soul Controller, Ellie, dancing to music. We love it. Oh, yes, as a reminder, because Francine did just remind me, this is a public information service. If you want to help out, I think we'll be okay. It's not an emergency. I would let people know if I was struggling. But if you want to donate and support and maybe, ease the burden in the coming months, there are ways you can do so. You can like the stream, you could subscribe, tell your friends and family. It's a public information service designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. I use entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma. I try to educate and inform you, such as to engender culture, public discourse, and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. To support this stream, you can donate via Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. This is a one-man operation. I don't have staff. I don't have anyone that helps me. It's just me. Well, Towel Girlfriend's really smart, but she's emotional support and also just beautiful, and she gives me energy. She's just wonderful. But my point is, I am the primary source collector of the documents and the primary source videos. I do the editing. I do the analysis. I do the streaming. I run the RTMP client. I pay for the hostings and the services, and I run this all on a single computer. And it's a news network that routinely, during this war, which, by the way, I have covered every single day, nonstop. There has not been a single day of this war I missed because I did not want you to feel alone or like you did not have a support network. I do think during the coverage of this war, we have managed to provide a place where a lot of people have found camaraderie, and that really matters to me. Oh, Eden Fam says, hey DJ Godas, can you please play Swan Lake by Black Alicious? I can check, Eden Fam. It is great to see you. It all comes down to whether it's in the catalog. Oh, and God bless you, the Eden Fam. You know I'm going to check right now, but I cannot make any promises. It's because I don't control the streaming catalog, but I will look it up right now. Can we play Swan Lake by Black Alicious? Let's find out. We're checking right now. I'm not making any guarantees, but I absolutely, I'm going to do the search. And then we'll play the Lego video if this isn't in the catalog. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I don't know. Is it? No, hold on. Stay with me. Is it in the catalog? Let's find out. It's not. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, Eden Fam, I would have loved to play it for you, but it's just not in the... You see how it's not green over here? It just means that you can't play it because they haven't uploaded a pre-loaded license. But I want to let you know I did check. God bless you, Eden Fam. I can't give you that, but I can give you the Epstein Queen. All right? I think we had a request for it. I have the Epstein Queen video. The people demanded it. There's nothing I can do. I have to give this. We can't play Swan Lake by Black Alicious. The best I can do for you, I have to satiate the people. I have to satiate them. We are giving them Epstein Queen. Get ready. It has a beat. You might need to drop it low. Of course, Eden Fam, anytime. God bless you. It's so good to see you. Primo, hello, my friend. You know I would love to be able to play a track from you. Do you so I can't load the video because I don't know if it's in the database. Just tell me the name and the artist. I will look it up. You can't play every song. You can play some of the Lego videos, things like that are released by states because they're more like a way of a PR message that you can analyze. They're not in the database. But if you want to play a song, just tell me the title and artist. I will look it up in the database, and if it's green, I'll play it for you, Primo. It could just be, though, some of the things you requested are not actually in the database. Just because YouTube has a song on the actual platform does not mean I have permission to play it. It has to have a preloaded ad revenue sharing license, and it's like a beta feature, and a lot of people haven't signed up for it. A lot of artists, they should. It's a great way to allow like creators to share their ad revenue with you if you're an artist, but it's a new thing. It's not even formally rolled out, I think, for every creator. It's a new system. But yes, Primo, tell me the name and the artist and I will look it up. You got it. At the very least, I can do that for you, my dear friend. But yeah, it's probably not because I don't want to play them if you've made recommendations before. It's just that they're not in the approved database. It's just like a YouTube thing. But you can share them anytime you want, and I will listen to them, like either like when I go to bed or in the morning. I love music, so. But yeah, what can be played on the stream is a very limited, like narrow band of people who have approved revenue sharing licenses through YouTube, and it's getting wider. More people are hearing about it, like more bands, and I think they're realizing it's like a great way. They don't have to think about it. They are going to get revenue share like from people who play their songs. It's great for them. They preload the license and we can play it, but not a lot of people know. The band itself has to know about it. So yeah, it's nothing towards you, Primo, my dear friend, I assure you. If anything, I get like sad sometimes when I can't play awesome music people recommend, but then I save it for myself. So it is not in vain, Primo. I promise you, you have added music to my catalog, my dear friend. Yes, you got it, Primo. You just let me know. I'll look it up in the catalog and I'll give you a yay or nay. And it's not even like my decision. Sometimes it's just whether the band even knows this thing on YouTube is a thing. Alright, so I let you know that this ship passed through the Strait of Hormuz. I'll give you some other updates. Here's a great clip from a debate that it's 4 minutes and 20 seconds long. This is great. It's just a small clip from a debate that was held, I think, between Professor Morandi, who's one of the experts that travels with the Iranian negotiating delegation, and I think this is a British host, Piers Morgan. I don't listen to him much, but this is just a small segment of a much larger debate. I want to analyze it a little bit. I heard Professor Morandi absolutely like ran over rhetorically and all elements of speech that make it excellent. Piers Morgan, so I want to comment on this and react. I heard it's really good. Like, Professor Morandi dominated him.
Along with other religious minorities, face systemic discrimination in law and practice in Iran, and noted a significant wave of arrests targeting Christian communities following regional conflicts in mid-2025, often based on unfounded accusations of connection with Israel. So people are struggling to see why your president would be quite so vocal in his support of Catholics, given that backdrop.
Well, I think it was clear that you would find some way to support aggression and to demonize Iran, because that's what you do. And of course, that's fake. We have many churches in Iran. You refuse to travel to Iran. I propose to you to come to the country. You could go visit the churches, and you could go.
Well, you've refused to travel to London. Come to London, no problem.
Pierce, non sequitur, you're making commentaries, Pierce, about Iran. He's saying, how are you doing that without going to Iran? He's not talking about London. Pierce is a terrible debater. Professor Morandi's going to rip him in half. I know it.
I'll see you in London.
Well, right now, they're busy bombing us. They're busy destroying our country and murdering our people. And I prefer to stay in Tehran under airstrikes to stand up for my people. And I've been to your country before, but you've never been here. I even proposed that you read a book, Going to Tehran by Flint and Hillary Leverett.
What would you tell a man who's been late?
I was like, what is this?
But in any case, the Christian, the Christian community in Iran is doing very well. They have MPs in parliament. And unlike Christians in Lebanon, whose churches are being destroyed by the Israeli regime. And unlike the synagogue in Tehran, which was bombed by the Israeli regime, all Iranian churches and all Iranian synagogues are well protected by the people of Iran. You don't want to say that, you don't want to believe that, because it goes against that narrative that you've built in your mind, and that actually it's the Iranians that are the good guys. They're the ones who are the anti-genocide people, and your governments are the pro-genocide people. It's been like that for the whole 47
Well, yeah, the
years.
reality is you always like to make this ad hominem as fast as you possibly can, and you prop up and defend a regime that has for 47 years oppressed its people and been a provider of funds and arms to a number of terror groups, including Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. So whilst I'll take moral lectures from some people, you wouldn't be top of my list for the morality lecture, Professor. So try and avoid the ad hominem all the time, because it slightly devalues your information, which I do find useful, about the Iranian perspective on what is happening with this war right now. And just to be clear about what I said about Christians, I was quoting this from the Human Rights Watch in its World Report. It wasn't my view, wasn't my information, wasn't my investigative work. It was the Human Rights Watch. You might have a problem with that. You might say that it's all untrue, but I'm quoting a reputable organization who say that your regime has been oppressing Christians. You say otherwise. People can make their own minds up. I can only assume that if there were substantive peace talks that are about to happen imminently, you might be involved in a delegation. Am I right to assume that?
Well, first I have to respond. I don't really want to lecture you because I don't think you're the sort of person who would ever change. You're so narrow-minded that you refuse to set foot in Iran. And I'm sure you haven't read the book that I offered you to read. It wasn't written by an Iranian or someone.
I'm going to read that book that he recommended. He posted it on his Twitter, Professor Morandi. I'm going to read it. It's apparently very good. I want to just go to Iran and meet him, though. And I want to interview him.
On the Iranian payroll. It was written by two Americans, one of whom is Jewish. But in any case, of course, I don't accept Human Rights Watch. Go and look at where the funding comes from. Iranian people know and respect the Christian community here. If you go to any church in Tehran, if you go to any synagogue in Tehran, see that there are no police officers there. Why? Because no one will ever think about threatening the Christian.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's listen to some other parts of this debate. Only a few clips. He's owning him. I heard it was good. I didn't see it. We're not going to watch the whole thing. Only a few minutes. Only a few clips. Let's take a look at another one of the clips from Dr. Morandi with Pierce Morgan. Let's take a listen.
But my government does not help the Israeli regime carry out genocide. And you have never said that you do not accept ethno-supremacism. Because if you say you don't, that means you do not accept the legitimacy of the Israeli regime. Do you accept?
You have never accepted.
Do you accept?
You have never accepted.
Accept, tell me, do you reject ethno-supremacism? Do you believe that a regime that is based on ethno-supremacism is illegitimate or not?
Well, I don't exactly know what you mean. What do you mean?
Is a regime that is based on the concept of ethno-supremacism, is it legitimate or not?
It means that one ethno group is superior to the other. Does a state based on that principle, is it legitimate to do that or not? The answer is no. Pierce can't say no because he knows he'll lose the argument, so he's going to duck it.
Well, what I would repeat to you is what I've repeated to people about Israel for the last year. The Israeli government, not the people of Israel or the country, but its current government under Bibi Netanyahu has been doing a lot of things which I strongly disagree with. Yeah.
Do you reject a regime that accepts, that carries out a regime, not an administration, not a government, a regime that is based on ethno-supremacism?
Well,
really? The answer is either yes or no. Like, forget about whether in the given context a given regime lives up to that definition? The answer to the moral question is no, and Pierce looks like an idiot by trying to not say
That is why Hezbollah dies. That's why people in Hezbollah die for the people of Gaza.
Fine. If you let me answer, only last week I attacked the Israeli government and Ben-Gvir in particular for the way they brought in a new law which would...
That's true. So I will fact check this. Pierce made a post like grilling, like calling out Ben-Gvir directly for popping the champagne after the law allowing the death penalty for Palestinian prisoners, some to be effectuated in Israel. Pierce did call out Ben-Gvir. I saw the post, so I'm going to fact check this. I'm going to moderate this.
Only kill Palestinians who they deemed terrorists, execute them with a death penalty, but not Israelis. Right? I thought that was outrageous and appalling and probably an example of what you're talking about.
You know, if you were talking about apartheid South Africa like this, or if anyone was, you would be attacking them. If anyone had given me the same answer when I said you accept a regime that's based on racial superiority or on racial preferences or hierarchy, you would have been totally aggressive and rejected it outright.
I've literally just told you. You didn't obviously watch it. You obviously didn't watch it. I've literally just told you. I've literally just told you that last week I did exactly that.
About a law. That's a law. I'm talking about the regime itself. That law is only brought about because of the nature of the regime.
So what happens next?
Well, ultimately, Trump is going to have to recognize that he is not going to get at the negotiating table what he could not get on the battlefield.
Same thing that Hezbollah said to Israel.
Lost the war. The Iranian people were able to stand up a joint war where the Trump regime, the Netanyahu regime, and a coalition or proxies in the region along with them were assisting them, and they failed. So why should Iran submit to the United States? If the United States wants a peace agreement with Iran, then it has to be a balanced agreement. But if Trump thinks that he can impose his will like an emperor and an imperial power, well, the revolution 47 years ago put an end to that. That's what the revolution was about. And that's what the Iranians are going to continue to do. They're going to preserve their dignity and sovereignty. That's something that the United States, especially under Trump, is not used to seeing. But Iran is different from other countries.
I would say so. Let's take a listen to a little bit more of this debate if I can find it. Give me 1 second. This was if I were Pierce, I would not have interviewed Professor Morandi. He's very good. Let's see if I have another clip. All right. This is about Israel's role of sabotaging the ceasefire. Let's take a listen to Professor Morandi. He's very smart.
Using it. But we had a ceasefire after Trump at the beginning of the war said that Iran must surrender, unconditional surrender. And of course, that didn't happen. And then ultimately, after almost 40 days, the United States accepted the Iranian 10-point plan as the framework for discussion. And of course, Trump didn't do it in practice because he's dishonest, and so is the Trump regime. After that, we had a ceasefire. In that ceasefire, Iran was supposed to open up the Strait of Hormuz to ship to more ships, including those countries that host bases. But the Israeli regime was supposed to adhere to the ceasefire, and they didn't. And so for 10 days, Iran did not open the Strait of Hormuz to extra ships because Netanyahu was busy slaughtering people. And then when finally he was forced to accept the ceasefire, Iran said they're going to open up the strait for extra shipping. And then Trump said, but he's going to keep the siege on Iranian ports. Well, that's a violation of the deal too. So if he's going to impose a siege, the Iranians are not going to open up the strait. So from day one, when the United States carried out this aggression, to the ceasefire and after the ceasefire, this crisis belongs to Trump and Netanyahu.
And that's why they let the ship through the strait. Everyone wants a deal. here's the latest from Press TV, a little bit of analysis of how the Iranians domestically are responding.
Why he wanted to procrastinate the measures, to give Israel more time to deal with the situation on the ground against Lebanon, against Iran, and I don't rule out that the US will give Israel a green light to attack Iran during the negotiations in Islamabad. Now we have two starkly different paths. Trump hinges two starkly different paths. The first one is to take the ceasefire deal or the truce as a way to mislead the international community and to repeat the same policy by attacking Iran in the next days under the pretext of saving the US interests and to protect the international economy from the hegemony of Iran. This is the policy of the US to convince the international community of it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And now I'll show you one more clip, just a short clip from Dr. Morani.
For this conversation, it appears that they're not even going to turn up at the peace talks. What is your understanding on that, first of all?
Well, everything that he said was fake. The Iranians agreed to nothing. And he just puts out information on Truth Social, and later on he's possibly going to say that the Iranians promised everything and now they're not doing it, and so we'll have to bomb Iran. And then people like yourself and others in the Western media will continue to demonize Iran and to attack anyone who defends Iran, and we'll have another war.
As we sit here now.
Well, that's why I think this, so just so you understand, the ship has gone through the strait. The ship has gone through. You can see it on the ship tracker. An Iranian ship, right after all the words flared up, did end up going through. We'll see if that is enough for the Iranians. There has been a Ukrainian drone strike tonight on a base belonging to Russia's 150th Guards Motor Rifle Division in Novocheskaksk in the Rostov Oblast. That is on the left of your screen. Ukrainian drone strike against Russian army positions tonight. All right. Here's an interesting segment from
President Trump want to become also the new Pope. There is a great American today in the world. There is a man who make America great again. It's not President Trump. It's Pope Leo. Is the Robert Prevost from Chicago is the real witness and hero and icon of American dream today.
Well, that's interesting, indeed. I'm getting tired. We can listen to one very interesting segment from Iranian TV about bail, and then after this is done, I might play this with some music, but after this is done, I'm getting tired.
ترامپ خب البته میدونید که ترامپ یه نماده.
This is an Iranian lawmaker on TV earlier.
واقعیتش این است که در گذشته شاید کسی باور نمی‌کرد، ولی اپستین وقتی پروندهش باز شد دیدیم که در واقع امروز نور با تاریکی داره در جنگه. او نمادی است از در واقع اپستین، جریان اپستین، نه یه فرد. و این جریان یه جریانی که حالا میگم ساحتش میشه، قبلا میگفتیم صهیونیست ولی الان میشه گفت اپستین. یعنی اینا آمده ان که بود خودشون رو در نبود دیگران، منافعشون رو در ضرر دیگران و در واقع بقاشون رو در پاشوندن دیگران دارن تعریف میکنن. این به نظر من خیلی مهمه. ما موضوع اختلافی با ترامپ و یا نتانیاهو نداریم. این یک تعارض جوهری است که حضرت آقا برش تصریح داشتن که تعارض ما با غرب و به ویژه آمریکا تعارض جوهری است. یعنی یا ما باید در اونها حل شویم یا اونها باید حل شوند و محو شوند. لذا ما امروز رسیدیم به این نقطه. ببینیم آقای هگزت با اون پرونده خرابش میاد عنوان میکنه که ما جنگمون جنگ ایدئولوژیکه. قبلا این حرفا رو نمیزدن و بنابراین به بعل به شیطان قسم میخوره که ما بایستی مثلا با ایران چنین و چنان کنیم. یک چنین طرف خرابی که همه واژه‌های منفی رو میشه در قبالش استفاده کرد، این آدم امروز اومده و دیدم دیشب بعد از اینکه بالاخره موقعیت ایران رو دقیق دیده عنوان میکنه که بله ما آماده میشیم برای اینکه با ایران بتونیم یه معامله ای انجام بدیم. قبلا میگه باید بیا تسلیم بشیم، ولی معامله ای ما نداریم با شیطان و شیاطین. این از در حوزه روابط بین الملل وقتی شما بررسی میکنید، یکی از مؤلفه‌های مهم برای یک قدرت تاثیرگذار در مقیاس جهانی تسلطش بر تنگه هاست. کسی که تنگه رو داشته باشه عملاً بازیگر اصلی و تعیین کننده است. حتی دیدم برخیا اینگونه توصیف میکنن که ایران نیاز به بمب اتم نداره. کارکرد و تاثیرگذاری تنگه هرمز و کنترل و ادارش توسط ایران همون تاثیرها رو در پی داره و توی همین مدت مشاهده هستیم که با موضع منطقی که ایران اتخاذ کرده در استفاده از این تنگه که حق خودش هم هست و در واقع میتواند آینده منطقه رو و ژئوپلیتیک منطقه رو حفظ بکنه. ببینید اگر باب المندب 25% از تجارت انرژی در جهان، 24% از این منطقه است، 12% انرژی هم از تنگه باب المندبه که جمع بکنیم یه چیزی دوره 36-37% میشه و پیش بینی کردن که اگر باب المندب هم مسدود بشه که نه تنها دیگه تجارت نفت نیست، تجارت کالا هم بهش اضافه میشه، این موجب خواهد شد که عملاً اقتصاد جهانی کلاپس کنه و سقوط کنه.
Very interesting perspective there. I think we all know after that what video we gotta play. And then I'm going to bed. I'm dizzy. I don't feel that well. I'm sorry. I got dizzy all of a sudden. Maybe I didn't eat dinner. Oh, I only ate one meal today. That's why. Grant, you can't be doing that. I want to go to bed though. But I'll play the Pete Hegseth video, and then I'll do my outro. Then I'm going to bed.
Yo, Pete Hegseth, this one's specially for you. You punk ass rapist, straight from Iran.
I mean, you know, I like the Lego videos. You know, it's not my favorite way to end, but I'm getting dizzy. I don't normally get dizzy, but I did not eat enough today, so I'm going to go lay down. PBS reporter to Mr. President Trump 46 minutes ago. Will Iran participate in the Islamabad talks? Mr. President Trump, I don't know, but they should be there. Reporter, what if they don't show up? Trump, Mr. President Trump, that's fine too. If they show up, great. And if not, that's great too. So, that's your news for tonight. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We did 3 hours and 15 minutes. It was supposed to be 2 hours. I'm dizzy. I'm tired. Well, I'm gonna go lay down. I'll play you one more song before I go to bed. I really liked that song we listened to earlier. So we're gonna listen to one more song. Alright? And then, you know, God bless the veterans who put themselves on the line today. And God bless Jesus. I'm sorry, Jesus, that you hit in the head with a sledgehammer. I was really mad about that, Jesus. Just want to let you know I'm sorry. I've felt really bad all night that Jesus got hit in the head with a sledgehammer. You know, there's just some things you don't think are ever going to happen, and Jesus getting hit in the head with a sledgehammer is one of them. So I'm playing this song, and then we're going to go to bed, maybe one or two songs. God bless America.
Oh, beautiful for spacious
I love you, America.
skies, for amber
And Nikki too.
waves of grain,
I think she figured that out.
For purple mountain majesty.
Soul Controller, I can't find it. I can't find it, Soul Controller, in the database, but I'm looking. Abomination 2 is on my list.
America, America, God shed His grace on thee. His grace uncrowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. sea to shining sea.
Special request now for Water Under the Fridge.
Freedom cannot rest.
What a nice song.
We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes.
Good night, Marcia. God bless you, my friend.
Freedom cannot rest. Freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Until the killing of black men, black mother sons is as important as the killing of white men, white mother sons.
Okay. I didn't know it wasn't.
We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes.
Oh, this must be liberation theology. I've never heard this kind of music. It's very radical. It's Christian. I like it.
To me, young people come first. They come first. They have the courage when we fail.
I like it.
If I can just shine a light on as they carry us through the gale, we who believe in freedom cannot rest.
Very nice.
We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. I'm a woman who speaks in a voice, and I must
You do?
be heard.
Okay.
At times I can be quite difficult. I'll bow to no man's word.
Well, you could have a good point, and then I would listen to you.
Freedom cannot rest.
It's good. I like the beat. It's a little radical.
Who believe in freedom cannot rest until it
I like it.
Come on, say, we who believe in freedom cannot rest.
I've never heard religions like this. This is very unique. I didn't know Christianity like this was a thing. This is very interesting. I'm gonna have to learn more about this. No, it's okay. It's very like revival. It has a very specific like style. I like it. It has a very specific style. It's like it feels a little bit like a Southern revival, like gospel, but I've never heard anything in like a religious Christian context that is this radical. It's very cool. But I didn't even know like this kind of religion was a thing. It must be from the American South. It is a thing. I've heard about this, but I've never actually listened to it. It's fascinating. I didn't even know this was still around. I had heard about this. It's a very specific. I love it. Thank you for sharing that. I love the beat. I never endorse, condemn, condone. Art is art. You know, I think people have a right to express themselves. That was a great recommendation, Water Under the Fridge. Ryan, hello. We were listening to a song request from Water Under the Fridge. I have never heard actually that form of revival music. I've heard a little bit about Christian revival music in the US. I've heard that it's like very uplifting. It's very like socially radical. I think that's not really too radical. It was, you know, it was going in a very radical direction, but it didn't get there. I've heard that there is this style of Christian revival music that is very socially radical in the US. I've never listened to it, but I've heard a lot about it. That was fascinating. I want to study more about revival music. That's called Ella's Song. It has such a there's a Christian root to it. I'm very intrigued by the style, the call and return, the ideological framing. Like, it's just so interesting. I've never heard a Christian song with like a radical, like ideological social message. Very interesting. I've heard a lot of Christian songs that talk about how much they like Jesus, and I like that. But that one was like almost like a Bob Dylan song, like a very like early Bob Dylan song mixed into a Christian revival song. I liked it. Some of the messaging I'm a little bit confused about, you know, because I just don't think, like, if I were a judge, if you come before me and tell me that I should treat you differently because of your race, I'm going to look at you like you're a moron. So I don't understand this concept that people do that, and I don't like being told that, like, I do that, because I don't. So other than that part, I thought it was very interesting. So yeah, that was a great song. Some people are going to find that song like very off-putting because the style of music is so unique. I really think Christian revival music has great soul. I think, so, I always parse like form from content. The revival style, I like call and return. I like the idea of like a church chorus singing. I think it's a great way to express oneself. So I just want to say thank you to Water Under the Fridge. I analyze everything like from like a socio-political perspective, but the point is the only bad art is art that doesn't generate a reaction. So whether you think art is bad, good, or otherwise, as long as it generates a reaction in you, it's good art. One more song, then I'm going to bed. Maybe something a little quieter to take us home. This is the kind of religious music I guess I like. Soul gospel is great. I want to get more into revival gospel and soul gospel. That's awesome. Hold on, I want to pause for a second. So Water Under the Fridge learned about that song from the movie Boycott about Martin Luther King. If you've never learned about the bus boycotts, fascinating time of history. Water Under the Fridge, you exposed me to a whole new genre of musical stylings. I'm very grateful. Silent Dogs, sometimes people look at a piece of art that's worth $50 million and say that is the stupidest piece of art I've ever seen. Sometimes people look at a piece of art that's worth $5 and say that is the greatest piece of art I've ever seen. That's the greatest thing about art. Listen. I have heard people listen to songs on this channel that they didn't know they were going to like. I've heard people be exposed to songs on these channels that they did like, that they didn't like, etc. Sometimes you just have to be willing to give something a chance, and you may find that it ends up sparking something in you don't know is coming. So give all art a chance. That's my message. This is one of my favorite songs. I think we have peace. You don't like the Amazing Grace song? I like the Amazing Grace song. Alright. Nobody died. I just think we have peace. So if you need to, like, end on a happy note, I got it for you. Trust me, I got it. I mean, you wanted happy. Edric wanted happy. I made the CCC to dance. I made the CCC dance to this during their last meeting. Tara was probably baffled. Well, she's gone. Mary Alice was confused. Edric got his dance song. Let's go. Silent Dogs is gonna lose it. Is this pagan enough for you? Only have sex for procreation and love. And stop buying prostitutes. Let's go. Talk about a 180. Amazing Grace to this. Who else can pull that off? Yeah. I mean, it's true, though. We're gonna get peace if it kills me. We're gonna do it. I am gonna dance party us into peace, and no one's gonna stop me. I didn't see anything about a dolphin. About Gerald. I hope he is okay. Hashtag save the dolphins. Hashtag save the dolphins. Oh. Hashtag save the dolphins. Oh. Hashtag I bet he is in the alien files. Hashtag save the dolphins. Wait, we need one more song for Edron, I forgot. Then we'll go. We have dance parties at the end. Just how it is. Yeah, war does go on for too long. Frankly, if we could just, have peace, that would be great. I think I'm going to give you one from Ray Charles. Let's go back to the 90s. Then we're going to go to bed. Every time I say I'm going to go to bed, I just make it worse. Who doesn't like Ray Charles, though?
Oh, Lord, I feel fine today. Walking on cloud nine today. I'm over that line today. Happiness is finally mine today.
I guess I'm just a lucky guy. And here I'm about to tell you why. It's strictly on account of my sweet potato pie.
I'm the fella that she loved the most. The main reason why she left the coast. She's my little girl senior. So much harder than a jalapeno.
As tender as a night in June, sweeter than a honeymoon, brighter than a silver spoon, just about as crazy as a loon.
Softer than a lullaby, deeper than the midnight sky.
Yeah, now.
Soulful as a baby's cry.
That's my
sweet potato pie.
I should absolutely DJ the peace conference. It would be great.
I used to see her around the neighborhood. I wonder how she grew up so good.
Oh, this is 90s Americana.
She was bad, and I never was ready to make him mad. Oh no.
But I'm glad I had to wait a while.
It's about love. Silent Dogs. You don't even think countries are real.
Find my style, a silk suit, a crocodile smile.
Let the whole damn world go by. Cause I just wanna testify.
Oh, you got it, Soul Controller.
From now on, it's me and my sweet potato pie.
Oh, I dig it, Lavender and Rose.
My sweet potato pie.
Oh, Penny, I'll check if we can play Aretha tomorrow. I have to research.
Oh, I love this. I love it.
Yeah, this is like what the 90s were like, 100%.
Oh, this girl is all right. Go ahead.
Sweet potato pie now.
All right, 2 more songs, then I'm going to bed.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone knows what's coming next. 2 more songs. Worst music ever. It is music. That was the 90s. All right, I'm gonna soothe some of your souls. I think the non-American contingent is gonna be pleased. They're gonna do their dance now. All right, everybody's ready. Let's do it. We're all ready. The non-American contingent is ready. Let's go. Silent Dogs. Iran is a real country. How about that? This is the end. I'm going to bed. Let's go. Come on. Hi, Rainbow. It's so good to see you. Let's go, Silent Dogs. I want to see you dancing. We're going to get Silent Dogs dancing if it kills me.
تا تو رو نبینم ازت دست بر نمیدارم ای مهربون
Oh, Silent Dogs is dancing. There we go.
گوش به فرمانم فرمانده تپش تپش ضربانم فرمانده سرباز سید علی آماده راستی نیومدی نگرانم فرمانده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده دیر شد مهدی بابای جوون من پیر شد مهدی دیر شد مهدی خبر اومدنت ببین فراگیر شد مهدی دیر شد مهدی ببین صدات میزنن از کجایی مهدی چشم راه بیا منم میخوام برات فداشم میخوام سید حسن تو باشم گوش به فرمانم فرمانده تپش تپش ضربانم فرمانده سرباز سید علی آماده راستی نیومدی نگرانم فرمانده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده جات اینجاست اینجا توی قلب رزمندت جات اینجاست تو پناهی من پناهندت جات اینجاست منم آج قاسم آیندت سرباز تموم یارما ظلم و وزانو در میارما نگاه نکن قد و قوارمو منم یه یحیی سلوارما گوش به فرمانم فرمانده تپش تپش ضربانم فرمانده سرباز سید علی آماده راستی نیومدی نگرانم فرمانده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده ای فرمانده آمادم آمادم آماده
All right, last one for the night. You know, we have to end. You know what we're
Tech,
in.
it's the last call, baby. What's good? Yeah. You know, remix just feels right, dog. Before we get out of here, you gotta drop one last gem on them, though, man. No question. It's like the elders told me.
We're almost there. We can do this. No more death.
So we gotta rep all them niggas that ain't here right now. On the outro tip, the one remix. Yo, One enterprises comprises the artist and the sound. The pen and paper plays my savior while I'm getting down. Pray for my neighbors as
we
a
got
favor
this.
for holding me down. Slave for my papers as I savor the weight in pounds. It's underground, but the blatant vibrations while he found. Facing a nation, complacent radio stations now. Stop hesitating and contemplating the way we patient. So I'm motivating and get them playing this shit we saying. Ain't no delaying in this war that we getting slated. Cause time's a wasting while we stand adjacent to abrasions. They fails is more than flagrant. And so I see the bridges cages while I pound the pavement. Looking for payment, saying fuck enslavement. Using the tools of old ancients. Announcing my engagement to this music that we making. Ain't no faking on tracks. And we don't never come whack. Immortal technique and a kid. Y'all niggas fear to rap. It's like one love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Immortal technique in the trenches with my nigga Akir. A family survived the genocide so we could be here. And now we enterprise the aftermath, one and the same. Living the revolution till we catch one in the brain. And even then my spirit will return in heavenly form and wipe the chessboard clean of my enemies' pawns. The Red Dawn communist threat buried and gone. So they invented a war the government could carry on. It makes me wonder if the word of God is lost in a man. This is for the children of Iraq, lost in the sand. This is for the illest MCs that'll never be known. And this is for all the soldiers that'll never come home. I wrote this for Mumia, stuck in the beast. For people who march in the streets and struggle for peace. For hood niggas born rugged, never rockin' Versace. Eddie Ramirez, cousin George, and my old friend Sashi. Chris from the block, and all my niggas stuck in a cell. Paul Wolfowitz, motherfucker, I'll see you in hell. My destiny's to show the world that the music is real. Go back in time and play this shit for the slaves in the field. And for my children in the future that are waiting to breathe. People slowly dying, hanging on, waiting to leave. Believe when I'm gone and this album's on a library shelf, I'll be one with God and one with you and everything else. One love, one music, one people, one movement, one heart, one spark, one gift, one lift, one stance, one shift, one way, one day, one. Yeah. Revolutionary Volume 2 has been brought to you by the type of motherfuckers who ain't scared of shit. And if you playing this album and I'm no longer here, sometime far away from when I recorded this, remember that history isn't the way the corporate controlled media made it look like. Read between the lines and free your mind. Revolution is the birth of equality and the antithesis to oppression. But this is only built for real motherfuckers. So when I'm gone, don't let nobody I never got along with try to make songs kissing my ass, recycling my beats and my vocals. The shit is real over here, man. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting independent hip-hop, the heart and soul of our culture, keeping the truth alive. Good night, my people. Good night.
You're gonna get a bonus rant. You got me for a few more minutes. I want to be out of here by 9 so I can get some sleep. I think I might actually, a friend of mine has this great radio show. It's on like a pretty big network, and I want to call in. He wants me to call. He likes when I call in, but I want to call in tonight because I want to like break down my thoughts like with a fellow colleague. He's a he's like the dean of the journalist corps in Massachusetts, and I think what I'm going to do, so if you want to listen to me, just turn on WBZ 1030. I think I'm going to call in. Dan Ray and I have talked for many years. He's a really smart colleague. I think I'm going to call in at like 9 o'clock, and I think I'm going to talk with Dan Ray. So Dan is a very smart political journalist. He works for WBZ 1030. So if you want to turn that like radio stream on, I think what I'm going to do is just call him And I just want to talk to Dan about, like, my thoughts about the war, like where we are now and what I think is going to happen. When Dan interviews me, it's fascinating. He's a really smart guy, and he's, like, right to the point. Like, he knows that I'm a very serious journalist, so he likes to, like, pick my brain about things, and you can, like, really get good information. It depends on what he wants to talk about tonight. I don't, like, call him ahead of time and tell him I'm going to call. He just knows that it's me because, like, his switchboard knows. I only call, like, once every, like, 3 months. Normally, when I want to, like, either, like, provide my opinion about something ridiculous that has happened in, like, a criminal case, in, like, a big superior court case, or when I want to, like, talk to Dan about, like, regulatory agencies that I know a lot about. Like, I only call Dan when I really want to talk about something, and I want to be interviewed about it in a way, like, that I respect. So I'm going to call him. You can listen to Dan Raid's Nightside. I think at 9 he's going to talk about the war. So if you want to take a listen, like, it'll be really interesting. He doesn't know I'm going to call, but he's going to love it. He likes when him and I get to chat. We talk like 5 to 10 minutes sometimes. It depends, like, what's going on in the segment, like who's talking about what. He doesn't have a guest for this segment, so I think I'll just call in and we can talk for like 5 or 10 minutes. I'm quick with, like, he's quick-witted, so when we talk, it's great. But yeah, you can listen to that online no matter what country you're in. I don't know if they'll take my call, but it's worth tuning in just to see if he takes my call. I want to give you a speech, though. No one from any country has attempted to influence my coverage during the past 51 days. No one has ever offered me a bribe. No one has ever pressured me, other than one weird situation in the chat with, like, a very specific, like, militant radical group, which I don't think had the permission of anyone's chain of command. No one has ever tried to force me to say anything. No one's ever, like, called me and said, you really shouldn't say this. No one's ever pressured me during this whole time. I want to say I'm very grateful to every single side. We're not there yet. We're not to peace, but I really want to just say thank you to the different countries. They easily could have pressured me. They could have tried. They didn't bother at all. They left me completely alone. No one bothered me. No one tried to threaten me. No one came to my house. It was worse researching the Epstein files in terms of the fallout than it was covering this war. It's a testament to, I think, like, a very impressive, like, show of restraint on behalf of a lot of countries. I said during my coverage a lot of opinions that during, like, the conventional coverage of prior wars would not only have been immediately blackballed, but I never would have been allowed to have this platform. I'm grateful to all of you, and I have just one message to the various people that say it's inappropriate for a single man to run a news network that reaches 180 countries and over 1.3 million people in 45 days on his own, and in turn does an answer to a hierarchy and simply expresses himself in line with what he feels to be the right thing to do in light of the circumstances and an informed perspective after listening to as many sides as possible and authentically trying to bring about peace. For those who critique that methodology or who think I should have held back or said different things or been more tolerant of killing or ignored the actions of this or that side, I have one response. I want to end it with this. It's my favorite song. You probably know what's coming.
Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Okay. Something for the kids. Step in the club smoothly with the L in my hand. Bitches know that I'm a freak, like the Elephant Man. Intelligent plans, fuck a record deal. I want development land with my benevolent clan. And that's the reason that I only trust my fam. 40,000 records sold, 400 grand. Fuck a middleman, I won't pay anyone else. I'll bootleg it and sell it to the streets myself. I'd rather be that than signed and stuck on a shelf. And because of this, executives try to diss me. Racism frozen in time like Walt Disney. And now they say they wanna get me signed to the majors. If I switch up my politics and change my behavior, trying to tell me what the rhyme about over the beat. Bitch niggas that never spent a day in the street. But I repeat that, nobody can hold my reins. I put the truth on tracks, nigga, simple and plain. I guess to America, I'm a disaster. A slave that was destined to own his masters. Independent in every single sense of the word. I say what I want, you fucking little sensitive herb. This is America. Thought we had freedom of speech, but now you wanna try to control the way that I speak. And O'Reilly, you think you a patriot? Yeah, right. You ain't nothing but a motherfucking racist bitch, full of hatred, pressing a button, trying to eject me. But I don't got no motherfucking deal with Pepsi. No corporate sponsor telling me what to do, asking me to tone it down during an interview, trying to minimize the issue, but I'm keeping it large. I love the place I live, but I hate the people in charge. Speaking is hard when you got strings attached, so I'ma say it for you, cause I don't got none of that. And if you didn't understand what I spit at your brain, hey yo son, let this little nigga explain. Come on, son, y'all niggas know the way that I do. ImmortalTechnique.com live for you. And I know sometimes it be making you nervous, the way I smash puppet rappers that belong in a circus. You motherfuckers just can't compare. Looking for a fan base that's no longer there. I know that you're scared and you're hiding up in the cut, but this is freedom of speech, nigga. Tell them what's up. Word, nigga. Fuck John Ashcroft. Nigga, fuck Fox News. Fuck those snake-ass bitches trying to manipulate your opinion, telling you what to think. Word the fuck up, nigga. Like we invaded niggas cause we wanna free them. You racist motherfucker. You don't give a shit about those people. You can suck my dick. Relax, Tech, relax. Another rum and coke at the bar, nigga. It's my day off. Word up. Fuck it. For the kids. For the kids. Beat bandits.
Alright, I really can't do another one, but yeah, I know all the words. I don't say the N-word, even I don't mouth it. He can say it, he's Tech, but yeah, I won't say that word. It's an artistic choice. He can say it. It's his right, but I won't say it. It's art, but I'm still not gonna say it. So I censor that when I rap that or say those lyrics, but I know those lyrics by heart. I know every Tech song by heart. From the first two albums, every single one. All right, I gotta do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2 and get out of here, or I won't be able to do the call, and then I gotta go to bed. I'm tired. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and it is 8:52 p.m. Eastern, U.S. almost peacetime. All right, it's Monday, April 20th, 2026. It is, what time is it? It's 2:52 a.m. in South Africa. It's Tuesday, April 21st, 2026 there. It is 3:56 in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 4:26 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. I'm going to do the presidents in order for you as well as I can, then get out of here. Here we go. Yeah, I agree. Tech should be taught in schools. He's great. Yeah, you could say that, Trelly. You gotta stay eating well, you know. President Washington, President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison. Skip forward to 8, which is Van Buren. Skip forward to 13, Jackson, Tippecanoe, and Tyler 2. Alright, so you got Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. How about them apples? This is a public information service. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is Towel News. You can find more at youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis. If you would like to donate and support the mission of this sort of individual, I am Grant. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can do so through Cash App, # Grant Smith Ellis. You can scan the code on the screen. Venmo at Grant-E1. PayPal.me/Grant Ellis. God bless all of you who support Little Towel and keep me going. And God bless Towel Girlfriend. She's wonderful. I also want to say God bless Towel Girlfriend. She's truly wonderful. I mean that. I have to say it twice. So nice, I had to say it twice. The mission of this, of this channel, of what I want to do, is educate, inform, and entertain. I used a little bit of entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma, especially during a war. And then I educate and inform you, and in turn, I try to engender culture public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our forms of government worldwide. And your support enables people who cannot afford this content or paywalls to access it. There's no paywalls here. Everything's always free. God bless all you who support the efforts of Tao. But yes, it doesn't. If you want to pay forward what you learned today, if you liked what you found here, the camaraderie, the information, etc., it doesn't have to be a donation by which you pay it forward. You may consider doing a small act of service and kindness for people around you. You may consider something like donating to our homeless veterans or service members or their families in the United States. There should not be a single veteran in the United States homeless against their will, or we have failed as a country. I can't speak for other countries, but I'm not going to see a single veteran go homeless in the United States. It's not happening. Not happening. I will work until there is not a single veteran homeless against their will in this country. If they want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. They got survival skills. I think that's cool. They want to live in the woods, and like that's up to them. Okay, they need to be safe. They can't be like burning the woods down, but you know, it's cool. But against their will, homeless, not happening. Not in a country that I run. If you elect me, I'll work to end veteran homelessness. I won't stop. I'll catalog it every day. I want reports every hour. We will stop veteran homelessness. It's not happening in this country. I can't speak for other countries. You may also consider a donation to an animal shelter run by veterans. We know dear Francine loves her friend Pete Bunny Towel. He is the channel mascot. He's not an animal, he's a Pete Bunny Towel. But you may consider a donation to an animal shelter run by veterans or our service members. Great way to help animals, great way to help our service members or our veterans. If you can't find one run by veterans, you can donate to an animal shelter in general. Great way to help our fur friends. You may also consider, though, if you're in the UK, a donation to the Big Issue. They can't yell on the street anymore, they can still sell their papers, so donate to that organization. Great way to help those experiencing homelessness in the UK. It doesn't have to be a donation, though. It could be something as simple as smiling at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or yes, even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. Yes, I do want to call into my friend Dan Ray's show at 9 o'clock, so I am going to get through this quickly. But God bless all of you. Maybe we have changed the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. In turn, living up to our Tau Eudaimon Nia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and therein bringing about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a Pete Bunny towel. I believe it's possible because of you all. God bless you. Thank you for welcoming me into your home tonight. Thank you for being you, and may God protect all of us. May God bring us peace, and thank you again for watching Towel News. Signing off from Boston so I can go call my friend Dan Ray on his radio show and see if he'll take the call and we can talk about the war and my perspective. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you again. I really appreciate the way that you all have been so compassionate through thick and thin during this war. It's inspired me. It's opened up so many new pathways for me. I've met so many friends. I really, truly care about you all. I can't wait to meet so many of you. And I have a towel, girlfriend. I've prayed for so long. I just feel that my life, even as we get towards peace, I don't know if I'm going to understand how blessed I am, and I just want to thank all of you for helping me get there in all of your individual ways. The prayers, your support, our chats, the videos, the music, your just being you. Thank you for being you, truly. God bless you all. Signing off for now until we see each other tomorrow. Will we have a peace conference? Am I going to get to DJ it? It's going to be great. Good night, friends. God bless. Hi, Lame Matrix. Much love to all of you, and Docs Watson, and Soul Controller, and Petty LaBelle, and Tiffany Bob, and Soul Controller, and every single one who is here today, Francine. God bless you all. Good night. I'm off to bed. I'll see you tomorrow. Petty LaBelle, my friend. Trelly, you know it. God bless you, my friend. Marsha, you're so wonderful. Good night. Docs Watson, you too. All right. I'm going to call my friend. I'm going to bed. All right, we'll see each other tomorrow, and I'll play you the call if